I'm gonna go insane. I was so sleepy, man, for the whole day. So tired for the whole day. My heart rate was elevated for the whole day. But now I'm fine. Finally, at 6 p.m., I found I've mustered the energy to study, so let's study. So, what I'm gonna do today is we're gonna rewatch the tuition session, make some notes, finish the homework that our tutor assigned to us, do some math, and then continue on with our chemistry questions.
That you finished yesterday. The first question 11, and you use the right formula, okay? Because this is about R for particle is the charged particle, right? So we use this formula, okay? Understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I change the object as a wire, so I how to find another formula? Which formula that we use if I change the object as the wire?
F equals BIL.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, all right, okay. And the force on the offer, that is the and you use the separating variable, okay? Get it right. No problem. The first question is right. And look at the question. Okay. This question just want us to show that the angular velocity, okay? So angular velocity is that we always use this symbol to represent, right? Understand that?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay. The formula that is the angular velocity equal the change in the angle, right? Over the t, right? Okay. If you rotate one circle, okay, and the angle is the 2 pi, right? Okay. And the period is the 15 second, right? Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
This formula, one mark, another is another mark. Look at this. To calculate the time, this one, the 3 marks. How to calculate the mark? This one, get 1 mark, and this one, 2 mark, and the final answer 1 mark. Okay, no problem. Okay, the topic you didn't write.
I didn't learn it yet.
Oh yeah, this question is really about the particle physics that we have not learned yet, so we don't need to do the question. Okay, cancel. And you choose C, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because this is the angle. Okay, no problem. So we have to make the component angle, right? Okay, so angle. Then we use the BIL. Okay, and sin theta. No problem. That's C. Okay, no problem. And let's take a review what we have learned yesterday. Okay, and I need you to help me to review what we have learned in the magnetic. The yesterday, the chapter. What do we have learned the yesterday about the magnetic field?
The magnetic flux density. Magnetic. Huh?
Anything else?
What?
I mean, the magnetic flux is what? How to calculate the magnetic flux?
Magnetic flux density times the perpendicular area.
Okay, and how about the linkage? The flux linkage. The linkage.
Times n.
Times n. Okay, the n is what?
The number of
the coil number, right?
Yeah.
The coil number. Okay, and the force. Okay, in the magnetic force, how many magnetic force that we learned yesterday?
Magnetic force is depending on whether it's charged particle or current.
Okay, for charged particle, the formula is
BQV.
Okay, the Q is what?
Charge.
The charge. Okay, no problem. And the B is what?
The magnetic flux density.
Yes, no problem. Okay, how about the carbon carrying wire?
BIL.
The BI. Okay, no problem. And the L is what?
L is length.
L is the length, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But here's the problem. If the right now the length is not perpendicular to the B or not perpendicular to the I, so how do we do?
Sine theta.
Okay, no problem. To make the vertical component, right?
Yeah, find the perpendicular component.
Okay, no problem. And I just said that yesterday, if the charged particle that will do the motion, what is the motion if the charged particle in the magnetic field? What is the motion like? The charged particle in the magnetic field?
Circular motion.
Okay, no problem. Okay, when it comes to mention the circular motion, okay, and the circular motion that will provide you the centripetal force, right? Understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, the centripetal force in the magnetic, that is called the magnetic force, okay? And let's review what is the centripetal force formula? Still remember?
I forgot.
Okay, and the centripetal force is related by 3 formula. The first formula is related by linear velocity and or the angular velocity or the period, right? Okay, the centripetal force. If one object do a centripetal force, okay, like a circle motion, okay, and the centripetal force is transverse to the center, O, right?
Yeah.
And the force, the magnitude of the force equal, and the m times v squared over the radius, right? Or the m, the
ran out of battery?
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Nina just built an app.
So we can all build apps now?
In this video, we're going to talk about the centripetal force. But when you hear the word centripetal force, what do you think about? Now, before we talk about it, let's go over a few things. So let's say if we have an object that is moving to the right, and a force is acting on the object in the same direction as the velocity vector. What's going to happen to the object? If the force and velocity vectors are in the same direction, the object's speed will increase. It's going to speed up. Now, what if the force vector is in the opposite direction to the velocity vector? In this case, the object is going to slow down. Now, let's say if we have an object moving to the right, but this time the force vector is going up. It's perpendicular to the velocity vector. What's going to happen? The object, it's not going to speed up or slow down. Instead, it's going to turn. And that's what a centripetal force does. It causes an object to turn in a circle. Now, centripetal has the keyword centry or center secant. This is a center secant force. And so the force is always directed towards the center of the circle. And thus that is a centripetal force. It's any force that keeps an object moving in a circle. Now, the centripetal force is not a force by itself. In fact, it's caused by other forces. So here's an example. Let's say if we have a person and he has a ball attached to a rope and he's swinging his ball in a circle. So what force provides the centripetal force in this case? Anytime you have a force acting through a rope, what is that force called? This force is the tension force. So in this particular situation, tension provides the centripetal force. It keeps the ball moving in a circle. Now, let me give you another situation. Let's say if you have a car, which I'm just going to draw a box, but this is a car, and it's turning on a road. It's following the curvature of the road, and it's turning. The fact that it's turning, there's some force that it's causing it to turn. Let's say if it's moving at constant speed and turn at the same time. So there's a centripetal force acting on this car because it's moving in a circular path. What centripetal force, or rather what other force provides the centripetal force in this case? If you see a situation like this, static friction provides the centripetal force. So if you're dealing with a physics problem that has a car turning on a road like this, make sure you set static friction equal to a centripetal force. Now the formula for static friction is μs times the normal force. It's less than or equal to this quantity. And for the centripetal force, it's mv squared over r. The normal force on a flat surface is simply mg. So in this case, we can cancel m in the expression. So for a word problem that involves a car turning on a road, you have this expression. The coefficient of static friction times the gravitational acceleration is equal to v squared over r. And I'm going to post some links in which you can practice these problems in another video. Now let's say this is the sun, and here we have the Earth, and the Earth is orbiting the sun. So the Earth is moving in a nearly circular path around the sun, which means that there's a force that's acting as a centripetal force in this case to keep the Earth moving with a uniform circular motion. What force provides the centripetal force in this case? The force that keeps the Earth in orbit around the sun is the gravitational force. And so gravity provides the centripetal force in this example. Without gravity, the Earth will fly off in a tangent away from the sun deep into outer space. But because we have these two forces that are perpendicular to each other, the Earth instead turns in a circular path. And so make sure you understand this. Anytime you have a force that's perpendicular to the velocity component, the velocity vector, the force doesn't speed up or slow down the object. It has no effect on the speed. If it's perpendicular to the velocity of the object, the force can only change its direction. Now let's focus on the equation that relates to the centripetal force acting on the object. It's mv squared over r. So here's a question for you. If the mass of the object increases, what will happen to the centripetal force? Will it increase or decrease? Because the mass is in the numerator of the fraction, increase in the mass will increase the centripetal force. The same is true for the velocity. If you increase the speed of the object, the centripetal force that's needed to keep the object moving in a circle must be increased as well. Otherwise, the object is going to fly out of the circle. So the greater the speed, the more centripetal force that is needed to keep the object moving in a circle. Now, what about if we increase the radius of the circle? What's going to happen to the centripetal force that is needed to keep the object moving in a circle? If you use a wider circle, the centripetal force that's needed to keep it in that circle will decrease because r is in the denominator of the fraction. And so let's focus on questions like these. What effect will the following changes have on the centripetal force acting on an object? So what's going to happen if we double the mass? We know the centripetal force will increase, but by what factor? Now the way in which you can get the answer is as follows.
By 2.
Everything that doesn't change, replace it with a 1. Now, because the mass increased by the factor of 2, replace m with 2. V and r, we then replace it with 1. So we get a value of 2. This tells us that the centripetal force will double if we double the mass. Now let's move on to part B. So what effect will it have on the centripetal force if the speed is increased by a factor of 2? So the mass and the radius doesn't change, so we're going to replace it with a 1. but the speed is doubled, so we're going to replace it with a 2. 2 squared is 4, and so this tells us that the centripetal force will increase by a factor of 4. Now what about part C? The radius is decreased by 4. Let's say decreased by a factor of 4. So what should we do? M and V doesn't change, so we're going to replace that with a 1. If the radius is decreased by a factor of 4, that means that it's 1/4 of its original value. So we have 1 divided by 1/4, which is 4. If you want to show your work with that, what you need to do is multiply the top and the bottom by 4. 4 times 1/4 is 1, hence you get 4. Now what about the last one? Part D. What effect will tripling the mass, quadrupling the speed, and cutting the radius in half have on a centripetal force acting on the object? So all we got to do is plug in these numbers. So we're going to triple the mass, replace it with a 3. The speed is quadrupled, so we're going to replace that with a 4. And the radius was cut in half, so let's replace r with 1/2. So we have 4 squared, which is 16. 16 times 3 is 48. And 48 divided by a half is the same as 48 times 2. And so we get 96. So the centripetal force will increase by a factor of 96 in this case. And that's basically it for this video. So I want to give you a simple introduction into centripetal force. Now for those of you who want actual harder problems regarding this topic, check out the links in the description section because I'm going to post some links to other videos that have more problems on this topic.
EVE Online.
So let's say you have a ball, and the ball is moving to the right, and there's a force that's acting on the ball, and it's parallel to the velocity vector. What's going to happen to the ball? If the force and velocity vectors are parallel, the ball's going to speed up. Now, what if the force and the velocity vectors are anti-parallel, if they're opposite to each other? What's going to happen to the speed? The ball is going to slow down. Now, what about if the velocity vector is perpendicular to the force vector? What happens? If these two are perpendicular, then the ball is going to turn at constant speed. It's going to change direction. This force is known as a centripetal force, provided that that force remains perpendicular to the velocity vector. If that happens, then we have uniform circular motion. Now, the centripetal force is not really a new kind of force. Rather, it's created by another force. So let's say if you have a ball attached to a rope, and you're swinging this ball in a horizontal circle. What provides the centripetal force? It turns. So gravity, find the equation of the centripetal force. Now, according to Newton's second law, the net force is equal to the mass times the acceleration. So the centripetal force is mass times the centripetal acceleration. And the centripetal acceleration is v squared over r. So the centripetal force is m v squared over r. It's directly proportional to the mass. So the centripetal force is m v squared over r.
How do you get the acceleration of centripetal acceleration?
To the mass times the acceleration. So the centripetal force is mass times the centripetal acceleration. And the centripetal acceleration is v squared over r. So the centripetal force is m v squared over r. It's directly proportional to the mass, and it's proportional to the square of the speed. And it's inversely related to the radius of the circle. Now, there's some other things that you need to know about this equation. For instance, whenever the mass increases, you need to know that the centripetal force will increase as well. If the speed increases, the centripetal force will increase. And if you increase the radius of the circle, the centripetal force will decrease. So imagine if you're driving a car, and if you make a sharp turn, you're going to experience a very large centripetal force. You're going to feel like you're flying out the window. If you decrease the radius, the centripetal force will increase. But if you make a wider turn, you won't feel like you're flying out the window as much, because the centripetal force is a lot less if you increase the radius of curvature.
I want to
Now, if
hear
you try
him
to make
laugh.
a wide turn at a very high speed, you're going to feel a much larger centripetal force. And if you make a sharp turn with a very high speed, you might actually fly out the window. You might actually fly out the And if you make a sharp turn with a very high speed, you might actually fly out the window. So that feeling that you get when you make a turn, you can increase it or decrease it. So if you want to decrease that feeling when you're turning, just decrease the speed and increase the turn, the radius of the turn. And you won't feel that centripetal force effect as you would when you make a turn. So just make a wider turn at a slower speed. Now, if you want to fly out the window, drive fast and make a sharp turn. I would not recommend that, though. Now, here's a question for you. If you double the mass, what effect will that have on the centripetal force? If you double the mass, the centripetal force will double. If you triple the mass, the centripetal force will triple. To answer questions like that, just plug it into the formula. Everything else that doesn't change, replace it with 1 so you can get 3. Likewise, if you double the speed and keep everything constant, the centripetal force will increase by a factor of 4. Now, what if you double the radius of the circle? What's going to happen? The centripetal force will be 1/2 of its original value. And if you reduce the radius to 1/2, the centripetal force will be 1 over 1/2, which is 2. It's going to double. Now, what if you triple the mass, double the speed, and decrease the radius by a factor of 3? What effect will that have on the centripetal force? So if you triple the mass, double the speed, and reduce the radius to 1/3 of its value, 2 squared is 4. And 3 times 4 is 12. 12 divided by 1/3 is the same as 12 times 3, so it's 36. The centrifugal force will increase by a factor of 36. Now, I'll give you another example. Let's say if you quadruple the mass, triple the speed, and reduce the radius to 1/4 of its value. Go ahead and find the effect that it will have on the centrifugal force. So we quadruple the mass, triple the speed, and the radius is 1/4. So it's 4 times 3 squared. 3 squared is 9. And 4 divided by 1/4, that's like 4 times 4, that's 16. So we got 16 times 9. 10 times 9 is 90. 6 times 9 is 54. So this adds up to 144. So if you quadruple the mass, triple the speed, and reduce the radius to 1/4 of its value, the centrifugal force will be 144 times greater than its current value. Now let's move on to some practice problems.
$150.
A 0.25 kilogram ball moves in a horizontal circle of radius 1.5 meters at a speed. So we have everything that we need. We have the mass of the ball, which is 0.25 kilograms. And we have the speed, which is 30 meters per second. And the radius is 1.5. 30 squared is 900. And 900 times 0.25 is 225. If you divide that by 1.5, you're going to get 150. So that's the centrifugal force acting on this ball. It's 150 newtons. Now let's move on to this example. A 500 kilogram car makes a circular turn at a speed of 12 meters per second. If the centrifugal force acting on the car is 9,600 newtons, what is the radius of the circular turn? So this is the formula that we need for this problem. So let's go ahead and get the answer. Meters. And that's it for this problem. A 0.35 kilogram ball is attached to a rope moving in a horizontal circle of radius 85 centimeters. If the rope can withstand a maximum tension force of 1,500 newtons, what is the maximum speed that the ball can travel in the circle without breaking the rope? The radius times the centripetal force divided by the mass with a square root symbol. So now let's put a horizontal circle, and if it's attached to a rope in another video. Right now let's plug in the mass, which is 0.35. 0.85 times 1500, that's 12, and you don't have to worry about the weight force of the ball. It's going to be insignificant. But I'm going to go into more detail into that topic in another video. Right now let's plug in the mass, which is 0.35. 0.85 times 1500, that's 1275. And if you divide that by 0.35, you should get like 3643 if you round it to the nearest whole number. And then take a square root of that number. And then the maximum speed is going to be 60.4 meters per second. So now you know how to calculate it if needed. But now let's go over some free body diagrams.
Introducing Grammarly, like you've never seen before. Your all-in-one writing essential.
Now imagine if you're holding a rope in your hand that's attached to a ball. And if you spin it fast enough in a horizontal circle, it's going to look something like this. If it's going fast enough, it's going to appear nearly horizontal. If it's not going fast enough, it might be slightly at an angle. And if it's going slow, the angle is going to be larger. So it's going to look like this. Now, the tension force is the force in the rope. So that's going to be the tension force. That tension force has an x component and a y component, which I'm going to call ftx and fty. Now the ball also has a weight force, mg. So this if it's moving relatively slow. This angle is going to be significant. Now, the centripetal force is the force that's going to keep it moving in a circle. So it's the horizontal component of the tension force. So when a ball is moving slow, ftx is equal to the centripetal force. This is always true, but I'll talk more about when it's moving fast. fty is equal to the weight force. This component balances the weight force. Now, if you want to find a tension force, it's going to be the square root of ftx squared plus fty squared. To find ftx, you need to find the centripetal force, which is mv squared over r. And then fty is mg. So if you want to get the exact answer for the tension force, here's the equation you need to use. ftx is mg, right? No, I take that back. ftx is mv squared of r. So you have mv squared of r squared plus fty squared, which is mg squared. So for any situation, this will be the exact answer for the tension force. Now, if the ball is moving fast enough, it's going to look like this. Now, we can't really see anything, so I'm going to use this picture. This is still going to be ft, and you're still going to have ftx and fty. But when it's nearly horizontal, ft is approximately equal to ftx. fty will be negligible. So if the ball is moving fast, you could say that ft is approximately ftx, which is the centripetal force. So that's going to be mv squared of r. This part becomes insignificant. Now let's use this equation to see if we can get the same answer. So I'm going to square both sides. So I'm going to have ft squared is equal to mv squared over r squared plus mg squared, 7649. Now if you take this big number and subtract it by that small number, it's going to be insignificant, but we'll do it anyway. So let's subtract both sides by 11.7649. So this is going to be about 2,249,988.235. So now let's divide both sides by 0.16955. So you should have 1327035.2.32 is equal to v to the fourth. So now I'm going to raise both sides to the 1/4 power to get v. So take the fourth root of both sides. And this will give you 60.356, which rounds to 60.4 meters per second. So as you can see, the answer doesn't change much. If the ball is moving pretty fast, and if the mass is small, then we could say that the tension force is approximately equal to the centripetal force, so it's going to be mv squared over r, if it's a horizontal circle. So if you have an object that looks like this, if it's moving in a horizontal circle, then the tension force is just mv squared over r, if it's moving fast enough. If it's not, if it's at an angle, then it's different. And then you need to use this equation. It's going to be the square root of mv squared over r squared plus mg squared, if it's at an angle. But that will give you the exact answer. It's just a lot more work. Here's the last problem. Asteroid X orbits moon XYZ with a speed of 500 meters per second and a centripetal force of 1500 newtons. And asteroids X, Y, and Z all have the same mass. Now, if asteroid Y orbits the same moon with the same orbital radius as asteroid X but at a speed of 1000 meters per second, what is the centripetal force acting on? Now, if asteroid Y orbits the same moon with the same orbital radius as asteroid X but at a speed of 1000 meters per second, what is the centripetal force acting on? Now, if asteroid Y orbits the same moon with the same orbital radius as asteroid X but at a speed of 1000 meters per second, what is the centripetal force acting on asteroid Y? So let's say this is a moon that's orbiting some planet. And then we have an asteroid orbiting that moon. So this is asteroid X. Now, asteroid Y is in the same orbital radius as X. Now, X is moving at 500 meters per second currently. And asteroid Y is moving at twice the speed, 1000 meters per second. And let's go ahead and put asteroid Z in part B. Asteroid Z is at half of the orbital radius relative to X. So somewhere here, we're going to have asteroid Z. And it's going at 1500 meters per second. Now, the centripetal force on X is 1500 newtons. What is the centripetal force acting on Y? How can we find the answer? Well, we can't use this equation directly. We have to use it indirectly. Now, if we focus on X and Y, everything's the same. They have the same mass and the same orbital radius. The only thing that's different is the speed. Now, what happens to the centripetal force if the speed is doubled? So the mass doesn't change. Let's put a 1. The speed doubles, and the radius doesn't change. 2 squared is 4. So the centripetal force will increase by a factor of 4 if we double the speed. So if X has a centripetal force of 1500, then Y is going to be 1500 times 4. So the centripetal force is going to be 6000 newtons. Now, if you want to come up with an equation that relates centripetal force to speed, given that everything else stays the same, like the mass and radius, here's the formula that you could use. So we're going to say F2 over F1, where these two represents the centripetal force of two different objects. That's going to be m v2 squared over r divided by m v1 squared over r. Now, I didn't use any subscripts for m and r because they're the same. So therefore, they're going to cancel. So F2 over F1 is equal to v2 squared over v1 squared. This is the formula that you want to use. Now, if you want to solve for F2, multiply both sides by F1. So F2 is going to be F1 times v2 squared over v1 squared. Or you could just write like this if you want. v2 over v1 and then squared. So let's use that formula. So F1, where 1 is the first object, asteroid X, is 1500. The speed of asteroid X is 500. And the speed of asteroid Y is 1000. So 1000 divided by 500 is 2. And 2 squared is 4. 4 times 1500 is 6000. So this is the formula that you could use if you need to relate the centripetal force with the speed together.
我叫什么不重要，我只是一州城里一个没人管的乞丐。我参军不想当英雄，只为了。
Now let's move on to the next part. Part B. If asteroid Z orbits moon XYZ with a speed of 1500 meters per second, but an orbital radius that is half of asteroid X, what is the centripetal force acting on asteroid Z? So let's think about it conceptually. The speed relative to X increases by a factor of 3. It goes from 500 to 1500, and radius is 1/2 of its value. So what happens to the centripetal force if we triple the speed and cut the radius in half? So let's use the equation. The mass doesn't change, so we're going to replace it with a 1. The speed triples, so let's put a 3. And the radius is reduced to 1/2 of its value. 3 squared is 9. 9 divided by half, or 9 times 2, that's 18. So the centripetal force will be 18 times its value. So it's going to be this number, 1500 times 18. So asteroid Z is going to have a centripetal force of 27,000 newtons. Now let's confirm this answer with an equation. So I'm going to use F2 over F1 again, which is equal to m v2 squared over r2 divided by m v1 squared over r1. So the only thing that's the same in this example is mass. That's the only thing I can cancel. Now, using the keep, change, flip principle, if you keep this the same, change division to multiplication, and flip this fraction, you're going to get this expression. It's going to be v2 squared times r1 over v1 squared times r2. And then let's multiply both sides by f1. So f2 is going to be f1.
Mass, the mass of object, the mass, and omega squared and times radius r. Understand? Or that we use the m or pi squared and times r over g squared. Okay, the three. Understand? Or that we use the m 4 pi squared and times r over t squared. Okay, the three formula. Understand it? The centripetal force. Understand it?
Kind of forgot how to do the formula.
Okay, if one object that we do centripetal force, that we need some force to provide the centripetal force. Okay, if in the magnetic field, okay, the charged particle in the magnetic field, the magnetic force will provide the centripetal force. Okay, so in magnetic, so in the magnetic field, the magnetic force will provide the centripetal force. Okay, centripetal force. Understand that?
Yeah.
And for charged particle, the magnetic force, that is BQV, right? BQV, right? Understand that?
Yeah.
Magnetic force that provides the centripetal. So the magnetic force equal the centripetal force. Okay, and the centripetal force equal what? The first mv squared over radius. Understand that? Or second, the m omega squared and times radius. Or that we use the m 4 pi squared and r over t squared. Understand that?
What is t?
Yeah, it's a t. T is the period. T is the period.
Oh, okay.
Motion, t is the period. The time. Understand that? If we do one counter circle, okay, the t is the period. Then we do one counter circle. The consuming time, right? The time. Understand it?
Okay.
Okay. And the v, okay, I will try and interpret every symbol. The v is the velocity that we call linear velocity, like this one. Okay, the every tangent point, right? The velocity. Understand it?
Yeah.
Okay, and this symbol, the omega, is the angular that you calculated in the last topic, the angular velocity. Okay, and the t is the period. The period is the due to circular motion, one counted revolution. The time represents the period. Okay, understand it?
What is the angular velocity?
Okay, the angular velocity equal the rate change of the angle. If we just from this one to this one, okay, the angle that we change of the delta theta. Understand that?
Oh, okay.
That over delta.
The angular velocity.
Okay, the angular velocity equal the rate change of the angle. If we just from this one to this one, okay, the angle that we change of the delta theta. Understand that? The
Oh,
rate
okay.
that over delta t. So we got the omega. The omega represents the angular velocity. Okay, it's the rate change of the angle. Understand? The rate of change of angle. Understand it now? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. That if we find the topic, there's the charged particle that do the motion in the magnetic field. Okay, and the magnetic force will provide the centripetal force. Okay, that we use this formula. Choose one of them. Okay, understand that? Which one? Okay, understand.
Okay, yeah, understand.
Okay, so if I want to use the equation to calculate the radius, okay, the charged particle do the circular motion, the radius of the circular motion. Okay, so we always use this one, the radius. Okay,
Okay, yeah, understand.
okay, so if I want to use the equation to calculate the radius, okay, the charged particle do the circular motion, the radius of the circular motion. Okay, so we always use this one, the BQV equal the m v squared, okay, over the r, right? And I will separate the variable, and so r equal what? Use the equation to solve the
MV
R.
over BQ.
Okay, no problem. The M, the product, right? And the BQ, right? Understand that? So we found that if I keep the mass and the Q, right? Mass and Q and the density constant, the radius is only depend on the velocity, right? Understand that if I keep the mass, the charge quantity, and the density constant is, right? If I keep the three variable keep the constant, and we found that the radius is only depend on the velocity, right? Understand now? Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is there any problem?
No, no problem.
Any problem?
Oh, no.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so we always use this formula to calculate the radius if the charge particle do the circle motion. Okay, no problem. Okay, and look at that. The yesterday never have another the Fleming's left hand rule for to distinguish the direction of the force or the density direction or the current direction. Okay, and I need you to tell me how to use the Fleming's left hand rule to help us to distinguish the direction or the force, the density, or the current. Okay, still remember?
Depends on whether the magnetic field is going into or out of the paper.
Okay. So which finger that we use to represent the density?
The index.
The index. And which finger that we use to distinguish the current direction?
Current is the middle finger.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so we have to remember Fleming's left hand rule is previously used to distinguish or determine the direction of the magnetic force on a moving charged particle. Okay, or that we always use the Fleming left hand to distinguish the current carrying conductor in the magnetic field. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, no problem.
And look at our example. There's the current flows perpendicular. Okay, the current flows perpendicular to a uniform magnetic field as known in the diagram below. As a result, the current carrying the conductor, okay, the conductor carrying the current experiences a magnetic force. Okay, the topic want us to determine the direction of the current flowing in the conductor. Okay, how to
Towards the
determine?
left.
Okay, how to determine? Combine with the knowledge that we use.
Force is downwards and magnetic field is into the paper.
Interface. Yes. Okay.
So the current is going to the left.
The current is going to the left, right? From the left hand. Okay. Looks like this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we use the Fleming's left hand to distinguish, right? No problem.
No, no.
And look at, okay, after we have learned the three terminologies about the charge particle, the current carrying conductor, and the flux linkage, and the density. Okay, so today we're going to learn the more about the electric field. It's about the magnetic induction. Okay, the word induction that will be inducted in the environment. Okay, which means that will produce the alternating current. Okay, it will produce in the magnetic field, and induction that will produce the alternating current. Okay, the AC current. Understand that? Okay, and
Okay.
electromagnetic induction is the phenomenon. It's like it always occur when the EMF induced, when a conductor moves through the magnetic field, or like current, or like cuts. the field line, right? Or cast the field line. Okay. So if there is a change in the magnetic flux, okay, the change in the magnetic flux or magnetic flux linkage, right? And that will do the mechanical work from moving the conductor in the field is transformed into the electrical energy. Okay, so there's the energy transfer from mechanical energy transfer into the electrical energy. Understand the process? Okay, so in the process that will induce the A alternating current or alternating the EMF. Okay, the EMF that will be induced, right?
Yeah.
Understand it? Okay, so this is the process energy transferring. Okay, and therefore if touch the counter circuit, okay, if I touch the counter circuit, the current will be induced in the conductor. Okay, so if there is a closed circuit, the current will be induced. Okay, but if there's no closed circuit, but there's the induced EMF, right? Still induced EMF. Understand that? Right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and this phenomenon we call the electromagnetic induction. Okay, so remember the definition. The electromagnetic induction is a process. The EMF is induced in the closed circuit. Okay, if we want to produce the current, there must be a closed circuit. Okay, but if there's no closed circuit, the EMF is still induced, right? But there's no current induced. Understand it?
Wait, no current?
What?
What? You said no current is induced?
If there's no closed circuit, there's no current induced, right?
Oh, yeah.
No closed. There's no closed circuit. There's no current induced. Okay, and there's no closed circuit, but still EMF induced, right? Understand that?
Right, okay.
No problem. Okay, and so this is also occur either when a conductor cuts through the magnetic field, right? Cuts the field line, right? Or cuts the field line, right? Understand that?
Yeah, okay.
The field line or cuts the field line, right? Okay. Or the magnetic flux linkage through the coil change. Okay, there's a coil change. Like for example, becomes more dense or dense, right? If there's a change in the magnetic flux, okay, then there will be EMF induced, right? Okay, and if I further have a closed circuit and there's the current induced, right? Okay, and the usage for the electromagnetic induction is always used in an electrical generator. Okay, electric generator that is convert mechanical energy into the electrical energy. Okay, and the transformer. Okay, the transformer which are used in the electrical power transmission. No problem. Understand it?
What is a transformer?
Okay, transformer is the tool. It's the tool that we always use in the electrical power transmission. Okay, it's the tool. That way, if I want to transmit the electrical energy in a long distance, right? The way use transformer to transfer the electrical energy. Understand it?
So it's for a long distance?
Yeah, for long distance. They will always use the transformer to transfer in the electrical energy for long distance. Okay, and this phenomenon can easily be demonstrated with magnet and the coil or the wire and the two magnets. Okay, look at the equipment. Okay, here's the magnets. Okay, and that will go through in the coil. Okay, there's the N, right? The N coil, right? And when the magnets and cross the coil, right? And we will see the reading, the change, right? The change in the voltmeter, right?
Yeah.
Understand the structure in the voltmeter. Okay. So when the coil is connected to a sensitive voltmeter, okay, the sensitive voltmeter, if there is any little volt changes, they'll have a deflection. A bar magnets can be moved in and out of the coil to induce an EMF in the coil, right?
Yeah.
Understand? Okay. Look at the observation. Okay, and I will narrow. Okay, look at the observation. Okay, the first, if I take the bar magnets, it's not moving. If not moving, the voltmeter there's a reading. Why? Because there's no EMF induced. Because there's no rate of change of flux, right? Understand that?
Yeah.
Because the bar magnet is not moving. Not moving means there's no rate of change of the flux. Okay, so when no rate of change of the flux, which means there's no EMF induced. Okay, understand that?
Okay.
Okay, and if I take the bar magnets, begin to move inside the coil, there's a reading on the voltmeter. As the bar magnet moves, okay, its magnetic field lines, okay, that will cut through the coil, right? And when the magnetic field lines be cutted, right, in the coil, that will generate a change in the magnetic flux. Understand that?
Wait, what does it mean the magnetic field line cuts through the coil?
Yeah.
Wait, what does it mean?
Oh, you mean the cut field, which means there's a change in the magnetic field, the lines. Understand? Cut through the coil, the magnetic field lines, which means if there's a change in the magnetic field lines, change, right?
Yeah.
Like if I draw, and we know the magnetic field lines is from this one, right? Like this, right? Understand it?
Yeah.
Okay, so when the bar magnets moves into the core, right? And there's a change. There's a change in the magnetic field lines, right? Okay, the density will change, right? Understand that? And we call the change is cut through the coil, right? Understand that?
Okay.
Okay, and we use the word to cut through. Okay, so if there's a change in the magnetic flux, okay, and there will be EMF induced, right, in the coil. Understand? So we can see the reading or the diffraction in the voltmeter. Understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, and after that, if I take the bar magnet to take back off the coil, and the EMF is induced in the opposite direction, okay, and I will find the lambda, when the bar magnet is taking back out of the coil, and EMF is induced in the opposite direction, okay, and so as the magnets change the direction of the current changes. Understand?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and the voltmeter will momentarily choose the reading on the opposite side. Okay, so
Okay.
if I increase the speed of the magnet induced the EMF with the higher magnitude, understand that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, as the speed of the magnet increases, so the rate of change of flux increases. Okay, the speed is higher, so the higher is the rate of the change of flux. Understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, and make a conclusion. Here's the conclusion. The conclusion is that the direction of the electrical current and EMF induced in the conductor is such that it is the opposed change in the produced state. Okay, this conclusion. Understand it? This is the conclusion that we will learn from the equivalent. The direction of the electrical current and EMF induced in the conductor is the opposite change the produced state. Understand?
It's a bit hard to understand.
What?
A bit hard to understand this one.
You don't understand this one?
Not really.
Okay, which means when
That doesn't suffice as enough evidence to prove that I'm gay. But then again, I used the burger as a replica as a and shoved it down my throat like my life depended on it. So I'm really confused to whether or not I'm gay. Or hey, I might be bi, but who knows? What do y'all think? Yeah, Leonard is just yes. Man, John. Pitch black cock bouncing up and down, left and right. With their... Okay, man. My god, I better get back to studying. Oh my god. Dude. Stop yourself. Big. SCFU. Why? God. for no reason. I'm in second year college. Thing up and down, left and right. Computer science engineering. I'm scared. Yes. No. studying. I think I should be involved in this conversation anymore. Oh, man. Power magnet is taken back out of the coil. EMF is induced in the opposite direction. As the magnet changes direction of current changes. Voltmeter will momentarily show a reading with the opposite sign. Increase the speed of the magnet induces EMF with higher magnitude. As the speed of the magnet increases, the rate of change of flux increases, which increases the EMF induced. The direction of the electric current and EMF induced in the conductor is such that it opposes the charge that produces it.
when the bar magnets, when the bar magnet is taken out of the coil and EMF in the opposite direction, why? Because the induced EMF or induced current direction is always opposite direction. It's always opposite direction of the rate change of flux. Understand that? So they have the opposite direction. Understand it? This is a law called the law. This is a law of Faraday law. Okay. This is a phenomenon that we found. So we combine from lambda. So we take the conclusion. Understand it?
Okay.
Okay. So you remember the direction of electric current or the EMF induced in the conductor is such that the E opposes the change the produce it. Understand it?
Okay.
And look at this step. The E opposes the change the produce it. Understand it?
I ran next to India. Dark physiology. Physiology. Stream for 2 hours, and you ungrateful viewers don't even check me out? I am disappointed. I am so disappointed. Suggested videos. I am so disappointed in you guys. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I am so disappointed.
Okay, and look at this one. Okay, the factors. Okay, the factors. Okay, so now we are to make a conclusion that the factors that will increase the induced EMF are the first one. Okay, the first one, moving the magnets faster through the core, right?
Yeah.
Understand? If the magnets move faster, through the coil, okay, then the EMF is bigger. Okay, understand that?
Yeah.
And the second factor is if I add more terms to the coil, okay, and the EMF will bigger, okay. And the third factor, if I increase the strength of the bar magnets, which means increase the B, right? Okay, increase the B, okay. If I increase the strength of the bar magnets, which is the increase the B, the density, right? Understand that?
Yeah,
If
understand.
if I change that will increase the strength of the bar magnets. That is the change the density, the bigger, okay, and the induced EMF are bigger, okay. EMF induced, the induced bigger. Understand it? Okay, now Okay, look at the rotating coil. Okay, here's the
The coil rotates in a uniform magnetic field. The magnetic flux through the coil will vary as it rotates. Therefore, since the flux net linkage through the coil also varies, this will induce an EMF that also varies. Magnetic flux through the coil will vary as it rotates. The maximum EMF is when the coil cuts through the most field lines. The varying EMF induced is called the alternating voltage.
rotating coil. Okay, the equipment. Okay, to represent the A, represent the terms, and represent the B. Okay, in the rotating coil equipment, when the coil rotates, okay, if I put in a uniform magnetic field, okay, the constant B, and the magnetic flux through the coil, the will vary as they rotate, right? Okay, understand this one. The will change, right, as they rotate. Okay, the flux, right, because the flux is the B times A, right? Understand that the B.
Here.
Nolan. We will reproduce and build a new future empire, Nolan. You will now be my pet. I do love you, Nolan, but you're more like a pet to me, Nolan. We will reproduce and rebuild a future empire together.
Can't you see, Debbie? I have transformed. After my enragement due to your truth that you have casted upon me, I have finally transformed and ascended to a new level of Viltrumite power. I am now a super Viltrumite. Power that you can't even comprehend. Now what you will do to me, Debbie? You're gonna rape me?
E is constant. If I change the area, right?
Yeah.
If I change the area, okay, and the flux will changes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and therefore, since the flux linkage through the coil, the varies, so they will induce EMF that also varies, okay, and combine the phenomena that will make a conclusion. The conclusion is the formula. And if I want to get the maximum EMF of is the time when the coil cuts through the most field lines, which means the order of the field lines that cross in the area, okay, like this one. Understand that?
Right.
All the field lines all cross through the cross sectional, okay. Right now, right now we have the maximum EMF, okay. Here's the maximum EMF, right? Understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, and the change, right? So if I want to get the minimum when the rate change of is zero, the rate change of zero. Okay, if the initial and final is same, there's no change, right? When there's no change flux, okay. When there's no change flux, okay, and there's no EMF induced, okay. If there's a big maximum change, right, from the zero to the maximum, the change, okay. So we got the maximum EMF induced, right? Understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, look at it. Okay, I will highlight it. The minimum when the rate change of is zero, the rate change of zero. Okay, if the initial and final is same, there's no change, right? When there's no change flux, okay. When there's no change flux, okay, and there's no EMF induced, okay. If there's a big maximum change, right, from the zero to the maximum, the change, okay. So we got the maximum EMF induced, right? Understand it?
Yeah.
Okay, look at it. Okay, I will highlight it. Even though the flux linkage through the coil is maximum when the theta is zero, and the change in the flux linkage is minimal as the coil rotates, so the induced EMF is minimal because the opposite is true when the theta is then. Okay, understand it? Okay, and if I increase
If I see one more 19-year-old posting about how they make 10K a month, I'm gonna crash out. Social media makes it way too easy to lie, and honestly, sometimes I don't present the most authentic version of myself on here. So today I'm gonna de-influence you. The day started with me falling for an absurd MrBeast thumbnail. So after watching kids in Africa try Feastables, I headed to the gym. My bike's in the shop right now, so I had to hit the stationary bike. I got 20 miles in. It sucked. Stationary biking is so boring. Then I hit legs, which is something I've been slacking on lately. I usually only hit them every other week, but I'm trying to be better. There's something unmatched about the testosterone rush from squatting. I really do love it until I try to walk around the next day. Then I went to Costco to stock up for the week. Meal prep stuff and the usual groceries. They actually had eggs, which is nice, but it's starting to piss me off how expensive food is getting. After I got home, I had chips, dip, and some raspberries as a snack, and then decided I had to expose myself. My room has gotten insanely messy. I've been going non-stop with work, content, and Ironman prep, and I just let it slide too far. So I cleaned up and felt way better after. I guess I want this video to be be a reminder that nobody's days are as perfect or aesthetic as they make them out to be on this app. Influencers are lying, or at the very least showcasing a specific version of themselves. I didn't have much energy today, but I still showed up and did what I needed to prep for the week ahead. And that's all that matters. After my meal prep, I wrapped up the day with dinner with my parents and sister. And I didn't have the energy to edit this, so I'm editing and voicing over 2 days later. If I see one more 19-year-old posting about how they make 10K a month, I'm gonna crash out. Social media makes it way too easy to lie.
I couldn't bring my bike on this trip, so today for my training, I'm running an aquathon. Aquathon started as lifeguarding races in Australia back in 1950. It's a fast-growing sport that basically sandwiches a swim between 2 runs. So for today's workout, my goal was to run a 5K, swim a mile, and then run another 5K. About a mile into my first 5K, I heard someone yell out cheeky Mandarin, so I turned around and obviously we had to rip a cheeky Mandarin together. My guy Cooper had some elite peeling and Mandarin eating skills while running, and we also figured out we're racing the same 5K turkey trot on Thanksgiving. After that, I parted ways with my new friend and took on the rest solo. I could already tell that I wasn't moving as smooth as usual today. I wasn't going 100%, but I was pushing pretty hard. Thankfully, my sister was recording and chasing me around, so I had someone to yap with. I finished the 5K in 24 minutes and transitioned into the swim. I took off my shoes, socks, and shirt, and then I chugged some of my carb drink and ran 1/10 of a mile down to the ocean. And then I threw on my swim cap and started the mile. I decided I'd swim a half mile out and a half mile back along the shore, but my watch tracks open water horribly, so my sister set a GPS on her phone and walked to the shoreline next to me. A couple minutes in, I found a sand dollar, so I paused my workout, ran it up to my sister, and then headed out again. My upper body felt really tight, and I had a hard time getting my heart rate down. It was my first time swimming immediately after running, which felt very strange. I turned around at about 17 minutes at the half mile and started heading back. At this point, I finally felt a little smoother, honestly because I stopped telling myself it just wasn't my day. It still felt way tougher than a 35-minute mile, which is what I ended up hitting, but I was in a much better mindset going into the second 5K. I jogged out of the water, and my upper body felt really heavy, and it was just a weird feeling running back to the golf cart. Then came transition 2. I didn't bring a towel, so I brushed the sand off my feet with my shirt, threw on my shorts, socks, and Brooks. Then I put on my hat, finished my carb drink, and started the second 5K. Running after swimming was weird in a whole new way. I could barely pump my arms, which made everything feel harder. The heat was also pretty rough at this point in the morning, and I tend to have a tough time in the heat, but I kept reframing by reminding myself that it wasn't snowing or raining, and I could actually feel my fingers and toes. Some of that reframing and yapping with my sister helped me rip through the last couple of miles. I willed myself through this workout even though I wasn't super stoked on any of the times. It was a good reminder that not every day is going to feel great, but you just gotta keep stacking days because long-term consistency is the name of the game, and progress is never linear. My second run was a 25-minute 5K, and I ripped a celebratory Mandarin. I couldn't bring my bike on this trip, so today for my training, I'm running
I'm a 25-year-old gamer and gym rat who works in healthcare. I've got a ton that I need to get done and only 1 hour to do it, so after I clean up after my patients, I am rushing out the door. Thankfully, my company recently moved offices, so I only have a 5-minute commute to get home. I may be rushing, but that doesn't mean I can't enjoy myself, so I sit down real quick to say hi to my cat and put on a background YouTube video. I decided to go with the latest Sailing Locked RuneScape episode. At this point, I'm already 10 minutes deep into the lunch break, so I gotta get going. I've got 6 whole meals to meal prep and a couple chores to get done. I knock out my prepped protein notes first, since that's the quickest. And real quick, my apologies for the lack of interesting angles. Usually I put a lot of effort into them when I'm filming, but I was really rushing this hour. Anyway, here's Thea watching me as I was frantically running around the kitchen. And now that my oats are done, it's on to putting away some dishes. That way my wife doesn't have to do it when she gets off of work. The days have been really busy for us both. We can really only hang out for a few hours at night, which is precisely why I'm doing all of this over my lunch break, so I have extra time with her after work. Finally, I finish up by prepping my next 3 lunches. It's literally the easiest high protein meal prep to throw together. If you want the recipe, comment the word lunch and I'll DM it straight to you. I was really tempted to hop on the game. I mean, my laptop was just staring at me that whole time, but unfortunately it was already time to head back to the office. At least I got everything done in time. Now I get to look forward to a lighter evening ahead. Since you made it to the end of the video, you clearly value gaming and your goals, so you should probably give me a follow since we're so alike. I'm a 25-year-old gamer and gym rat who
Hi, I'm Linda. I'm 25 and I'm really average at literally everything. School, sports, work, cooking, editing, running, not burning toast. You get the picture. But on a random Thursday night a couple months ago, something possessed me and I signed up for a full Ironman, which is a 3.8 kilometer swim and a 180 kilometer bike ride, followed by a marathon. 42.195 kilometers, by the way. And, I don't even know how to swim. And I don't own a bike, and I have absolutely no idea how I'm supposed to run a full marathon after hopefully not drowning or crashing, but we're gonna figure that out. So yeah, welcome to the Ironman Diaries. This should be fun. Okay, so how did we get here? If I'm gonna be honest, this is definitely one of the most delusional decisions I've ever made, but sometimes a little bit of delusion is exactly what we need. Let me set the scene for you. It was like 8 p.m. sometime in September of last year, 2025, and I was sitting there at the kitchen table, crying about a boy. Yeah, I was feeling very silly and broken and lost and weak, and I did not like that. I actually hated it. I was like, Linda, this is not you. Don't get me wrong, I love that we are, feeling our feelings and everything, but seriously, dude, like, you gotta get a grip and wake up and do something. So, obviously, the only logical next step was signing up for one of the most physically demanding endurance races in the world. I don't know exactly what was going through my head. Maybe I just needed this pain to have a purpose. Maybe I wanted to remind myself I'm capable of doing hard things. Or maybe I was just having a mental breakdown and finally triggered enough to pull the Ironman trigger. But yeah, I spent like $1,500 on the sign-up fee, so there was no turning back. So why did I think I could complete a full Ironman in a year as a very average human being who was sadly not blessed with any athletic abilities, who also just didn't have a bike or swim skill and not even 2 years of running experience? Truthfully, it's because running has made me freaking delusional in the best way possible. I think it's because I actually hated running my whole life. And somehow, after going on my first run 2 years ago, I fell in love with it. Well, what actually happened was that I hated every minute of every run for a while. But eventually, there was love. I thought I'd never be able to run a 5K without dying. And then I did. Or a half marathon, and then I did. Or a full marathon. And somehow, I did that too, 4 times. And I genuinely think because I just kept proving myself wrong, it stretched my sense of what I believe I'm capable of, to the point where now I kind of think I can do anything. I've been eating some variation of this breakfast almost every day for the past 2 months. I think Greek yogurt is just the most spectacular invention ever. I get to get protein in and eat all my fruits and top it with peanut butter. And sometimes when I'm feeling fancy, I also do avocado toast. I'll have my avocado toast phases, but I usually eat it to a point I'm like, I never want to see another avocado toast in my life. And then I'll try it again. I'm like, wow, this is really good. Why did I stop eating it? I always do sourdough, like a super over hard egg, like when the inside is just extra cooked. And I do a little drizzle of honey. Sometimes when I film a video, I want to provide you guys with variety. But realistically, I eat the same thing for breakfast, lunch, and dinner on repeat almost every single day of the week. You know what I also blame running for? Giving me this incredible level of respect and admiration for my body, which really is a miracle. To give you guys a little refresher of my fitness journey before all the running, I had a very toxic, unhealthy, mentally and physically and emotionally draining relationship with food and exercise in my body growing up. I had a really bad eating disorder, I would say from age 8 to like 20. So I remember my entire childhood just being me hating my body and weighing myself after every meal, feeling ashamed of what my body looked like in pictures, studying nutrition labels, hyperfixating on calories, punishing myself for eating the wrong thing.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone.
In this video, we'll be discussing the concept of magnetic flux and flux linkage, which is a key physical quantity in the study of electromagnetic induction. This video is part of a series of videos on EM induction, and the material we'll be looking at is prerequisite knowledge you need to have for the second type of induction, what I've called flux changes in a loop. Consider a loop of wire placed in a horizontal plane. The loop encloses an area A. Imagine that the loop resides in a uniform magnetic field. As you can see, there are magnetic field lines that are sort of poking or piercing through the area. You have to imagine that there are field lines poking through all over the area. All the field lines are pointing in the same direction, with constant magnetic flux density, B, since it's a uniform field. We can thus talk about the magnetic flux through the area. To work this out, we need to draw in a line perpendicular to the area, known as the normal to the area. Most of the time, it will be drawn in on a diagram when you need to calculate the magnetic flux. What's important is the angle, call it theta, between the normal and the direction of the magnetic field lines. This lets us work out the component of the magnetic flux density parallel to the normal, which is b cosine theta from trigonometry. The magnetic flux through the area is given by the product of this component and the area, b cosine theta times a. The symbol we use for magnetic flux is the Greek letter phi. Often you'll see capital Phi used instead. The SI unit of magnetic flux is the Weber, which is abbreviated as WB. And from the definition of magnetic flux in terms of flux density and area, we can see that 1 Weber is equal to 1 Tesla meter squared. And from this, it also follows that 1 Tesla is equal to 1 Weber per square meter, which explains the name magnetic flux density. IB, the flux density, is a magnetic flux per unit area. When theta is equal to 0, i.e. the field lines are parallel to the normal, the magnetic flux through the area is just equal to b times a, because cosine of 0 is equal to 1. When theta is equal to 30 degrees, the magnetic flux is equal to square root of 3 over 2 times ba. A special case is when theta is equal to 90 degrees, in which case the field lines are directed in the plane of the area, and so the flux through the area is equal to 0. In this case here, the magnetic field lines have 0 component parallel to the normal. So cosine 90 is equal to 0, and that's why the flux is equal to 0 here. What if the field lines point in the direction opposite to the normal? In that case, the angle between the field lines and the normal is 180 degrees. So the magnetic flux through the area is equal to minus ba, since cosine 180 is equal to minus 1. So magnetic flux can be negative as well. And it's useful to see how the flux varies with angle in this graph. As you can see, we're just looking at a cosine-shaped graph. Notice that the magnetic flux is negative when the angle theta is greater than 90 and less than 270 degrees, i.e. when the vertical component of the flux density is pointing in the direction opposite to the normal. Up till now, we've been considering the magnetic flux through a loop consisting of a single turn of wire. Often though, you'll be considering loops or coils consisting of more than one turn, in general n turns of wire. Till now, we've been considering the special case of n equaling 1, so it's just a single turn of wire. In the general case of n turns, we now have to talk about magnetic flux linkage, which is given by n, the number of turns, multiplied by the magnetic flux phi. So to calculate flux linkage, all you have to do is calculate the flux, magnetic flux as discussed previously, and then just multiply by n, the number of turns. Everything we said previously about magnetic flux holds true for flux linkage as well. So for example, the flux linkage can be negative, the flux linkage varies as a cosine graph with angle theta, and so on. So here's the graph of flux linkage and how it varies with theta. And note now that the maximum and minimum values of flux linkage are NBA and minus NBA, respectively. As we go on discussing induction in future videos, you'll see NBA and minus NBA crop up often in discussions of induction. The units of flux linkage are the Weber, but sometimes you'll see the funny looking Weber turns being used as the unit instead. So thanks for listening and watching. Please remember to like and share.
雀巢水解蛋白高效降低致敏性，雀巢最多醫護推薦防敏廠商，立即試用。
Stop making embarrassing writing mistakes. Quillbot for Chrome instantly eliminates.
Hello, welcome to Forest Learn. In this video, we'll be discussing Lenz's law, which is an important concept in electromagnetic induction. This video is part of a series or playlist of videos on the topic of induction. It directly follows the previous video in the series, where we discussed the concept of induced EMF and Faraday's law. We'll pick up from where that video ended, so I strongly recommend you check that out first before returning to this, especially if you're new to electromagnetic induction. Let's recap the puzzle I posed at the end of the previous video. By moving a conducting wire up and
we're gonna watch this one first.
Hello, welcome to Forest Learn. In this video, we'll be discussing an example of electromagnetic induction known as the Faraday disk dynamo. This is named after Michael Faraday, one of the pioneers of electromagnetic induction. The Faraday disk dynamo is an example of an electrical generator, a device that can generate electricity via induction. Generators are a massive part of the induction topic, and the Faraday disk dynamo quite often turns up in exam questions to do with electromagnetic braking systems of vehicles. So it's well worth your time to understand the physics behind the Faraday disk dynamo. This video is part of a series or playlist of videos on induction. In our intro to induction, I explained how I've broken the topic down into 3 different types of induction to help you organize your understanding of this challenging topic. The previous 2 videos dealt with the first type, cutting field lines, where we discussed Faraday's and Lenz's laws when a wire cuts across magnetic field lines. The Faraday disk dynamo is an example of this first type, and the discussion assumes you have some familiarity with Faraday's.
I gotta watch this first.
Hello, welcome to Forest Learn. In this video, I'm going to talk about a type of electromagnetic induction that I call cutting field lines. This video is part of a series of videos on EM induction. As I explained in our intro to induction video, I've split the topic of induction up into 3 different types. And in this video, we're going to get started with type 1, cutting field lines. Cutting field lines is just the name I've chosen to give to a particular type of induction. And if you're already familiar with induction, you can probably see why I've chosen this name. Before we get down to the physics, let me just point out that it's a good idea for you to take your own notes while you follow this video. That's a more active learning process than just watching and listening, which can be a bit passive. Also, I'll be posing a couple of small questions here and there throughout this video, just to keep you on your toes and to keep the video interactive. So, consider a uniform magnetic field directed horizontally from left to right, from a magnetic north pole to a south pole. The field lines are shown in black. Now, imagine we now place a conducting wire in the field, at right angles to the field lines. Next, picture the wire being moved up vertically as a whole, something like this. This movement results in the wire cutting across the field lines. Something pretty interesting happens as a result of this. There are, of course, many free or conduction electrons in the wire, electrons that are free to move. Let's focus in on a single such electron. As the wire as a whole moves up, so does this electron. Since the electron moves up, we can say that there is a such electron. As the wire as a whole moves up, so does this electron. Since the electron moves up, we can say that there is a current downwards. This is just like in an electric circuit. The flow of electrons is opposite to the direction of current, or what's known as conventional current. Now, since this current is directed vertically down, its direction is therefore at 90 degrees to the horizontal magnetic field lines. Fleming's left-hand rule thus tells us that the electron will experience a force. Can you figure out the direction of the force on the electron? Pause the video and please have a think about this yourself. When you're done, unpause the video and we'll discuss the solution.
It goes out of the page.
Okay, hopefully what you found is that the electron will experience a force in this direction, sort of towards us. Make sure that you can confirm this. Pointing your first finger on your left hand to the right and your second finger down, you should find that your thumb, which represents the force, points in the direction shown. Everything that we've said about this particular electron that we've been focusing on holds true for all the other conduction electrons moving within the magnetic field. All the electrons experience a magnetic force which results in one end of the wire becoming negatively charged as electrons accumulate there, and the other end becoming positively charged as electrons move away from it. So, what we've ended up with is something akin to a battery. A battery has positively and negatively charged ends, or terminals, just like the wire does now. And if we were to connect a filament lamp across the ends of the wire, we may even be able to get it glowing. The black arrows drawn in show the direction in which conventional current would flow. Electrons would flow in the opposite direction. What we can say is that the upward motion of the wire as it cuts across the magnetic field lines gives rise to an electromotive force, or EMF, within the wire. In other words,
The upward motion of the wire as it cuts across the magnetic field lines give rise to an electromotive force within the wire. The motion has induced an EMF, which in turn induces a current in a closed circuit.
the motion has induced an EMF, which in turn induces a current in a closed circuit. This is one type of electromagnetic induction, what I've called cutting field lines, and which is what this video is all about. The induced EMF depends on three factors, as shown in the diagram, B, V, and L. B stands for the magnetic flux density of the uniform magnetic field, and the units of flux density is the Tesla, capital T. L is the length of the wire that's in the magnetic field, and V is the speed of the wire. And the induced EMF is simply given by the product of these three factors, B times L times V. And
I didn't learn this. I didn't learn this yet.
an induced EMF, just like EMF that you've met previously in your studies of electricity, is measured in volts. The induced EMF is a potential difference here. The induced EMF is proportional to each of these three quantities, B, L, and V. For example, if the speed of the wire doubles, the induced EMF will double as well. If the wire were to suddenly stop moving, so if V were to be 0, then the induced EMF would disappear. By the way, the letter we use for the induced EMF, this curly-looking E, is the Greek letter epsilon. This formula
Epsilon.
is known as Faraday's law, after Michael Faraday, who did pioneering work on electromagnetic induction. Strictly speaking, this is just one form or case of Faraday's law. We'll meet another form of Faraday's law when we discuss other types of induction in follow-up videos. It's not too difficult to prove Faraday's law, and you can see how this comes about by trying a one-mark question after finishing watching this video. Now here's a question for you. Imagine that the wire were moved parallel to the magnetic field lines as shown. Instead of moving up. Pause the video and have a think about what, if anything, would happen as a result. When you're done, unpause the video and we'll discuss what happens. Okay, welcome back.
Nothing happens.
The answer is that nothing would happen. There would be no induced EMF. If the wire moves parallel to the magnetic field lines, then the electrons in the wire will of course do so as well. But hopefully, you remember that when an electric charge moves along or parallel to a magnetic field line, it experiences zero magnetic force. Since the electrons don't experience a magnetic force, positive and negative charges don't develop at the ends of the wire, and so there's no induced EMF. Now you may be wondering about Faraday's law. B, L, and V are all finite. None of them are zero. So how comes we're saying that the induced EMF is zero? What you need to remember is that Faraday's law is only valid when both the length and velocity of the wire are perpendicular to the field lines of a uniform magnetic field. In other words, to be able to use Faraday's law, we need a situation like the original scenario, where the field lines are horizontal, the wire is at 90 degrees to the field lines and is moving up, meaning that its velocity is perpendicular to the field lines as well. On the other hand, in the situation we were just looking at, even though the wire is again perpendicular to the field lines, its motion, its velocity, is now parallel to the field lines. This means that Faraday's law is invalid here. It can't be used. So even though B, L, and V are non-zero, we just can't use Faraday's law. And so the induced EMF, as we just discussed a moment or two ago, is zero. To stress an earlier point, remember that the wire actually needs to cut across the magnetic field lines in order for an EMF to be induced across the ends of the wire. At this point, if you've already studied a bit of induction, you might be wondering how comes the concept of magnetic flux and flux changes hasn't been mentioned at all. Recall that at the beginning of the video, I pointed out that in this series of videos on induction, I've broken the topic up into 3 different types of induction. It's types 2 and 3, which are to do with magnetic flux and changes in flux. Type 1, the cutting of field lines, which is of course what we've been discussing in this video, doesn't have anything to do with changes in magnetic flux. This is an important conceptual point. Despite what is often suggested, EM induction isn't always about changes in magnetic flux. As I said, I'm pointing this out mainly for the benefit of anyone who's already studied a fair bit of induction. If you're new to induction, don't worry about this right now. Just try to keep it in mind as you go on learning about induction. Now, it's pretty awesome that we can get a current to flow in a circuit and light up a bulb just by getting a wire to cut across magnetic field lines. The bulb would, of course, emit energy in the form of visible light and would also warm up, thereby increasing its thermal energy store as well. So the question is, where would all this energy come from? It almost seems too good to be true, that just by moving a wire through a magnetic field, cutting through the field lines, we're able to light up a bulb. We'll discuss what's going on in terms of energy in the next video in this series of videos on induction. And we'll also in that video discuss other key concepts in the topic of induction. If you found this video useful, please like it, share it, subscribe to the Forest Learn channel if you haven't already, and leave a comment. I'd love to hear from you. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you soon. Hello, welcome to Forest Learn. In this video, you can try a 1-mark question on induced EMF and electric fields. When you're done, we'll discuss the solution in detail so you can check your answer. Let's take a look at the question. A conducting rod of length L moves at speed v to the right, perpendicular to a uniform magnetic field of flux density B, directed into the screen. See diagram. As a result, 3 electrons move, causing the ends of the rod to become oppositely charged. When equilibrium is reached, no more charge accumulates at the ends. What is the magnitude and direction of the electric field strength when this happens? Please pause the video and have a go at this by yourself. And when you're done, unpause the video and we'll discuss the solution. Okay, welcome back. Before we discuss the solution, let me just say that as you follow the solution, it's a good idea to write down the main ideas and equations being discussed. This is a more active process than just passively listening and watching the solution, and will help you learn and retain the concepts better. So, as the rod moves to the right, so will the electrons in the atoms that make up the rod. And since the electrons are moving at right angles to the magnetically listening and watching the solution, and will help you learn and retain the concepts better. So, as the rod moves to the right, so will the electrons in the atoms that make up the rod. And since the electrons are moving at right angles to the magnetic field lines directed into the screen, the electrons will experience a magnetic force. We can figure out the direction of this force from Fleming's left-hand rule. The first finger of our left hand should point into the screen, since that's the direction of the magnetic field. To figure out which way to point our second finger, we need to remember that current means conventional current. So, if electrons in the rod are moving right, the conventional current will be to the left. This is similar to how in an electric circuit, the electrons move in the opposite direction to the conventional current. Therefore, we must point our second finger to the left, and thus find that our thumb points down. You might find that you have to twist your elbow a little bit, and it might feel a bit uncomfortable, but make sure you can replicate this yourself. Let me also note here that you may be aware of Fleming's right-hand rule, but in my opinion, it's unnecessary and it overcomplicates matters. Everything you might want to answer in magnetism and electromagnetic induction can be answered with just Fleming's left-hand rule. There is no need for Fleming's right-hand rule. Given that we found that our left thumb points downwards, what this means is that the electrons in the rod will experience a magnetic force downwards. And in particular, the free electrons will be able to move downwards. So in this little picture here, you can see we've zoomed in onto a free electron, and there's a downwards magnetic force acting on it. And free electrons will accumulate, will move down towards the bottom of the rod, therefore making this bottom end negatively charged. And at the same time, the top of the rod will become positively charged due to the depletion of free electrons. The magnitude of this magnetic force, call it F subscript m, is given by the product of the flux density, B, with the charge of the particle, Q, multiplied by the speed at which the charged particle is moving, V. And that's just the speed at which the rod itself is moving to the right. And given that we're dealing with an electron here, we can just replace Q with the magnitude of the electron charge, E. So let's add that to our diagram here. Now, once net charge has started accumulating at the ends of the rod, the free electrons are repelled by the negative charge at the bottom and attracted to the positive charge at the top. In other words, an electric field now exists inside the rod, and therefore there is an upward electrostatic force on the free electrons. This electrostatic force, call it F subscript E, is given by the magnitude of the charge, E, multiplied by the electric field strength, capital E. Let's add that to our diagram as well. As the question states, eventually equilibrium is reached, meaning the forces acting on a free electron must balance. So equating the forces, in other words, equating the magnetic force to the electrostatic force, we find the following. If we cancel off the charge, little e, from both sides, we find that the magnitude of the electric field strength is equal to BV, the product of the flux density multiplied by the speed of the rod. And the question also asks for the direction of the electric field strength, and that's simply just downwards. Remember, the direction of electric field lines indicate the direction of the electrostatic force on a positive charge. That's it for the question. But notice that we didn't use the length of the rod, capital L. Remember that for a uniform electric field, the field strength, capital E, is given by the potential difference, capital V, that exists across a distance d. For us here, the potential difference exists across the length of the conducting rod. So d for us here is just L, the length of the rod. And if we rearrange for the potential difference, capital V, we get that that's equal to the field strength times L, and we can use our result for the field strength, E is equal to B times small v, and we end up with this. But capital V is basically the induced EMF. So we've proven the formula for induced EMF for when a conductor moves or cuts through a magnetic field.
Oh my god, that's so complicated.
If you found this video useful, please like it, share it, subscribe to the Forest Learn channel. If you and Lenz's laws. To get the most out of this video, I strongly encourage you to watch the previous 2 videos first, especially if you're new to induction. Also, I recommend you take your own notes as you follow the video. Once you've watched the video, why not try to explain what you've learned to a friend or a family member, as a test to see how well you understood the material. The Faraday disk dynamo consists of a conducting disk, which is shown in pink, which is placed in a uniform magnetic field. The disk lies in a horizontal plane, and the magnetic field lines, which are shown in black, are directed vertically up. It may appear as though there aren't any magnetic field lines poking the disk in the southern and eastern regions of the disk, but I haven't drawn those field lines in on purpose, so as not to overcomplicate the diagrams later on in the video. So you'll just have to imagine that there really are magnetic field lines poking through this disk uniformly all over the disk. The rod shown going through the center of the disk is also a conductor, known as a shaft. The rotation of the shaft rotates the disk clockwise at a constant angular speed, as shown. If we connect an ammeter to the rim of the disk and the shaft via some wires, the ammeter will show a non-zero reading. In other words, the ammeter detects the flow of an electric current. Can you explain what's going on here? Why is there a current flowing, and in what direction would it be flowing? Please pause the video and have a think about this. When you're done, unpause the video and we'll discuss what's going on.
Motion of electrons is clockwise, so charge is anti-clockwise. Magnetic field lines are going up, so force pushes the electrons outwards, which travels up the ammeter and gives the ammeter a positive reading.
Recall that at the beginning of the video, I mentioned that the Faraday disk dynamo is an example of the type of induction that I've called cutting field lines. Hopefully you remember that cutting field lines refers to when, for example, a wire moves up, cutting across horizontal magnetic field lines, resulting in an induced EMF and current. However, it's not obvious that we can interpret the Faraday disk dynamo as an example of cutting field lines. The reason we can is because of the following. Consider a thin sector in the disk, as shown. As the disk rotates, the sector will move around like this. and that means the sector is cutting across magnetic field lines as it rotates, meaning an induced EMF should develop across the ends of the sector. Before we go on, make sure you are happy that the motion of the sector through the magnetic field is similar to that of a wire being moved up through a magnetic field. If you're having difficulty seeing the similarity, you can try the following. You can use the fingers on your left hand to represent magnetic field lines, and take a pen in your right hand to represent either the wire or the sector. As you move the pen relative to your left fingers, you should find that in both cases, for the wire and the sector, the pen cuts across your fingers. In other words, both these situations are examples of a conductor cutting across magnetic field lines. The next thing we have to figure out is the direction of the induced EMF that develops, which will let us work out the direction of the induced current that flows. Consider a free electron in the sector, as shown. If the disk rotates clockwise, then the electron is moving towards us. From Fleming's left-hand rule, we can therefore see that the electron would experience a force to the right. Remember that if the electron moves towards us, the direction of current, which is the direction we should point our second finger in, will be away from us. As a result of the magnetic force to the right, free electrons in the sector will accumulate on the rim of the disk, making it negatively charged, while the center will become positively charged as electrons move away from it. This means that an induced current will flow from positive to negative through the ammeter, as shown. Remember, we're talking about conventional current here. The electron current or flow of electrons would be in the opposite direction. As I mentioned earlier, the Faraday disk dynamo is an example of a generator. It's an example of a DC or direct current generator. You'll meet examples of AC or alternating current generators in future videos that we'll make. Now here's a couple of questions for you to ponder over. What, if anything, would change to the induced EMF if A, the magnetic flux density, B, were to decrease, B, the angular speed, omega, were to increase, C, the radius of the disk, capital R, were to decrease, and D, the disk were to rotate anti-clockwise, but at the same angular speed as originally? Please pause the video and have a think about these yourself. Remember to try and justify your answers. When you're done, unpause the video and we'll discuss the answers. The key to answering these questions is to recall Faraday's law for when a wire at 90 degrees to a uniform magnetic field cuts across the magnetic field lines at 90 degrees. Strictly speaking, this formula can't be directly applied to a scenario, but there's enough overlap between the Faraday disk dynamo and a wire cutting across magnetic field lines for us to still use Faraday's law and reason with it to answer these questions. For part A, from Faraday's law, we see that induced EMF is proportional to the magnetic flux density B. So as you might expect, if B decreases, the induced EMF will also decrease. For part B, if the angular speed increases, that means the linear speed of all the points on the disk will increase. So looking at Faraday's law, we see that E, the induced EMF, or rather epsilon, is proportional to V, which is really a linear speed. So if the angular speed increases, we'd expect the induced EMF to therefore increase as well. For part C, the radius of the disk is the length of the sector we've been considering. So it naturally makes sense to identify it with L, the length of the wire in Faraday's law. As you might expect, if the radius decreases, the induced EMF will decrease as well. However, these two things aren't proportional to each other. It turns out that the induced EMF in the Faraday disk dynamo is given by the following expression: half times omega times B times the square of the radius. It's not too hard to prove this with a bit of integration. If you're curious, you should find the proof with a quick search. You don't need to know this formula for A-level physics. For part D, if the disk rotates in the opposite direction, but with the same angular speed, the only things that will change are the direction of the induced EMF and the direction of the induced current as well. You should be able to see this for yourself using Fleming's left-hand rule. The magnitude of the induced EMF and current will be unaffected. If we return to the original scenario, what does Lenz's law have to say about what's going on? Please pause the video and have a think about this. And when you're undone, unpause the video.
What is Lenz's law?
Recall that Lenz's law states that the direction of the induced EMF is such as to oppose the change that caused it. We've already worked out the direction of the induced EMF and current. Within the sector, the induced current flows from right to left. From Fleming's left-hand rule, we can therefore see that the sector would experience a magnetic force that resists its motion. We worked out the direction of the induced EMF and current. Within the sector, the induced current flows from right to left. From Fleming's left-hand rule, we can therefore see that the sector would experience a magnetic force that resists its motion. This is true not just of the sector, but the disk as a whole. So, the direction of the induced EMF is in precisely the right direction to oppose the change that caused it in the first place, which was the clockwise rotation of the disk. This is exactly in accordance with Lenz's law. To keep the disk rotating at a constant angular speed, work needs to be done continually on the shaft to overcome the resistive magnetic force. If you've studied a fair bit of induction already, you might have noticed that in this video we didn't discuss magnetic flux or changes of magnetic flux. As I mentioned near the beginning, the Faraday disk dynamo is an example of a type of induction that has nothing to do with magnetic flux. In a previous video, I pointed out that EM induction isn't necessarily always about magnetic flux or changes in it. Part of the challenge of induction is learning to recognize what type of induction a particular scenario falls under. Hopefully, this series or playlist of videos can help you in overcoming this challenge. If you found this video useful, please like it, share it, subscribe to the full change of the direction of the induced EMF and current will be. Recall that Lenz's law states that the direction of the induced EMF is such as to oppose the change that caused it. We've already worked out the direction of the induced EMF and current. Within the sector, the induced current flows from right to left. From Fleming's left-hand rule, we can therefore see that the sector would experience a magnetic force that resists its motion. This is true not just of the sector, but the disk as a whole. So, the direction of the induced EMF is in precisely the right direction to oppose the change that caused it in the first place. Which was the clockwise rotation of the disk. This is exactly in accordance with Lenz's law. To keep the disk rotating at a constant angular speed, work needs to be done continually on the shaft to overcome the resistive magnetic force. If you've studied a fair bit of induction already, you might have noticed that in this video we didn't discuss
This is so complicated, man.
cutting across horizontal magnetic field lines. It's possible to induce an EMF and an induced current. So just to be clear, the white, especially if you're new to electromagnetic induction. Let's recap the puzzle I posed at the end of the previous video. By moving a conducting wire up and cutting across horizontal magnetic field lines, it's possible to induce an EMF and an induced current. So just to be clear, the white arrows here, pointing up, depict this thick conductor, wire or rod, that's moving up and cutting across these magnetic field lines shown in black. Due to the motion of this wire, an induced EMF develops across the ends of the wire. So one end becomes positively charged as electrons experience a magnetic force and move away from it towards the other end where they accumulate. This induced EMF results in a current, an induced current to flow around the circuit which is attached to the wire. And that induced current is shown by these black arrows here. That induced current is what's responsible for the bulb lighting up. The question I posed at the end of the previous video was, where is the light and thermal energy coming from as the bulb glows and warms up? We know from the principle of conservation of energy that energy cannot be created or destroyed, only changed or transferred from one store to another. But it's not obvious what transfer of energy is going on here. To resolve this conundrum, let's think about the following. Consider the induced current that flows in the wire, moving in the magnetic field. So that's shown by these black arrows here. Now, try using Fleming's left-hand rule to see if you can figure out what it would actually feel like if you were moving the wire upwards with your hand. Please pause the video and have a think about this. And unpause it when you're done.
Want to write with confidence?
匯豐一直帶嚟方便又安全嘅理財服務。舊時打開簿仔嗰份。
Hello, welcome to Forest Learn. In this when you're done. What you should hopefully have found is that there would be a downward magnetic force acting on the wire as you move the wire up. Make sure you can verify this by using Fleming's left-hand rule. So if you take your left hand and point your first finger, which represents the magnetic field, to the right, because the magnetic field lines are pointing from left to right, and take your second finger, which represents the direction of the current, to point in the direction of these black arrows here, sort of away from you, you should find that your thumb should be pointing downwards as a result, and that's the direction of the magnetic force that acts on the wire. So if you tried to move the wire up, the wire would experience an opposing force downwards. As a result, you'd have to continue to exert an equal upwards force to counterbalance the downwards magnetic force, to keep the wire moving up at a constant speed. We're assuming here, by the way, that the wire has negligible weight, that we don't need to worry about it. Therefore, you'd be doing work on the wire, because you'd be applying a force over a distance. Remember, work equals force times distance when the force acts parallel to the displacement of the object. And remember too, that work done in physics means a transfer of energy. This is how the energy puzzle is resolved. As you move the wire up at a constant speed and do work, there is a transfer of energy from the chemical energy store in your body to the electrical energy store of the moving charges, which then gets converted to thermal and radiation energy stores as the bulb heats up and emits light. What we've just been discussing is related to Lenz's law. Lenz's law states that the direction of the induced EMF is such as to oppose the change that caused it. This is an important and useful law of electromagnetic induction, and we'll be discussing it again and again in this series of videos. What does Lenz's law actually mean? Remember, for an EMF to be induced across the ends of the wire, the wire needs to be moved up, cutting magnetic field lines in the process. This is the change that causes the induced EMF. But what's meant by the direction of the induced EMF? We can think of the direction of the induced EMF as being the direction in which the induced current flows in the wire, which is from negative to positive. And as we discussed earlier, from Fleming's left-hand rule, this leads to a downward magnetic force on the wire, which tries to oppose the change, i.e. the upward motion of the wire. What would happen if the wire were moved down instead of up? And what would Lenz's law have to say about it? Please pause the video and have a think about this by yourself, and unpause the video when you're done. If the wire were moved down, an induced EMF would develop in the opposite sense to before, leading to an induced current to flow in the direction shown, sort of towards us. From using Fleming's left-hand rule again, we see that an upward magnetic force now acts on the wire, which tries to oppose the motion downwards. The downwards motion is what causes the induced EMF in the first place. So we see again, in accordance with Lenz's law, that the direction of the induced EMF tries to oppose the change that caused it in the first place. As alluded to earlier, Lenz's law is closely related to the principle of conservation of energy. In a sense, Lenz's law is just an inevitability or consequence of conservation of energy.
If it moves down, if the electron moves down, that means, if the electron moves down, that means the charge moves up. Conventional current moves up. Which means electron is pushed towards here. And so a current is formed here. And if we follow the current, a force pushes up. What? I don't get it. I think I need to draw this. I need to draw this. Oh my god, I don't want to draw it, bro.
induced EMF and current. Within the sector, the induced current flows from right to left.
Okay, I understand it now. Oh, you're next, you dog.
If you found
全新龍豆樂綠豆奶條，二重綠豆配方，濃香細一滋味。
用恒心靚咗卡食勻多重菜式，限時擊上20萬 U 積分。
Hello, welcome to Forest Learn. This video is an intro to a series of videos on the topic of electromagnetic or EM induction. EM induction is generally acknowledged to be one of the most challenging topics in A-level physics or similar courses. Part of the difficulty stems from the concepts of induction being quite abstract, but also there's just a lot of different phenomena in induction, and the challenge is to find the way to organize your understanding into a coherent framework. Shortly, I'm going to explain how I've broken the topic down into chunks that can help you organize your understanding. Before that, it's useful to take a brief look at the history of electromagnetic induction. Up until the early 19th century, electricity and magnetism were generally viewed as being quite distinct phenomena. This changed in 1820, when Hans Christian Ørsted discovered that an electric current in a wire gives rise to a magnetic field around it. This was a major discovery, and others very soon started investigating the newfound connection between electricity and magnetism. One such person was Michael Faraday, who in 1831 demonstrated that a magnetic field could create, or induce, an electric current. Faraday discovered a variety of different phenomena that we today file under EM induction. By 1865, James Clerk Maxwell made a revolutionary breakthrough in physics by unifying electricity and magnetism into a set of 4 equations that are now known as Maxwell's equations. But that wasn't all. From these equations, Maxwell arrived at the astonishing prediction that light itself is just an EM wave, a wave consisting of oscillating electric and magnetic fields. Maxwell thus predicted the existence of an electromagnetic spectrum, and over the next 30 years, radio waves, X-rays, and gamma radiation were all discovered, thus verifying his predictions. So let me now explain how I've broken the topic of induction into chunks. Throughout this series of videos on induction, I'm going to refer to 3 different types of induction. The first type is what I call cutting field lines. Type 2 is what I refer to as flux changes in a loop. And the third type of induction is what I'm calling the overlap. It's the overlap of types 1 and type 2. I'll be discussing examples of each of these types of induction, as well as discussing prerequisite knowledge that you'll need to understand the different types. For example, the concept of magnetic flux. Please note that this breakdown of the topic into these different types of induction isn't usually how the topic is presented. I'm unaware of any resources that follow this presentation. However, as I mentioned earlier, these chunks will be useful in helping you to organize your understanding into a coherent framework. Part of the challenge of induction is recognizing which type of induction a particular phenomena is. So in the next video in this series, we'll get started discussing type 1, cutting field lines. If you found this video useful, please like. Hello, welcome to Forest Learn. In this video, we'll be discussing the magnetic field due to a solenoid, which is a long coil consisting of many turns with a current flowing through it. This video is part of a series or playlist of videos on electromagnetic induction, and the material we'll be looking at is prerequisite knowledge you need to have to make sense of the second type of induction, what I've called flux changes in a loop. Hopefully you'll be aware that if you move a magnetic compass around a bar magnet, the needle rotates. This is due to the needle aligning with the magnetic field lines, as you can see. If we try out the same thing with a solenoid instead of a bar magnet, we see pretty much the same behavior in the compass. The needle rotates. And so we're forced to conclude that there must be a magnetic field around the solenoid, which is very similar to that of the magnetic field of a bar magnet. In particular, it means that the 2 ends of the solenoid can be regarded as magnetic poles, just like the north and south poles of a bar magnet. The magnetic field inside the solenoid is strong and approximately uniform, as long as the coil is relatively long with many turns. If you're doing AQA or OCRA, you may have heard about search coils, which you can place inside a solenoid to investigate induction phenomena. There's actually a required practical on this for AQA. If you're given a diagram of a solenoid with magnetic field lines drawn in with directions, then it's quite simple to figure out which end will be the north pole and which end will be the south pole. Remember that in a bar magnet, the north pole is the end where the magnetic field lines are directed away from the bar magnet, and the south pole is the end where the magnetic field lines are directed towards the magnet. And that's exactly the same for a solenoid, as you can see here. Notice also the relatively strong and uniform magnetic field in the interior of the solenoid, which I mentioned a moment or two ago. Most of the time, though, you won't actually be given magnetic field lines drawn in on a diagram of a solenoid, and you'll have to figure it out for yourself which end will be a north and which end will be a south pole. Fortunately, it's quite straightforward. Consider the left end of the solenoid drawn. If we imagine looking at that end face on, it will appear like the following to us. The current is flowing anti-clockwise. The N is capitalized, and I stressed it because this end of the solenoid would behave like a magnetic north pole. The right end of the solenoid will therefore behave like a south pole. If we look at that end face on, we would see that the current flows clockwise. Notice I've capitalized the S. So to summarize, if the current flows anti-clockwise when you look face on at the end of a solenoid, then you know that that end will be a north pole. On the other hand, if the current appears to be flowing clockwise, then you know that that end will be a south pole. Remember that we're talking about conventional current here. So if we say that current flows clockwise, that means that the flow of electrons will be in the opposite direction, so anti-clockwise. Even though we've been talking about a solenoid here, remember that we're talking about conventional current here. So if we say that current flows clockwise, that means that the flow of electrons will be in the opposite direction, so anti-clockwise. Even though we've been talking about a solenoid here, everything we've been discussing actually holds true for coils with turns of wire bunched much closer together, what are known as flat coils, and even just a single turn, i.e. just a loop of wire. Just so you're in no doubt, the fact that we can assign magnetic north and south poles to the ends of a solenoid means that if you bring 2 solenoids close together, current flowing in them, then they'll behave just like 2 bar magnets would if you brought them close together. So in this example here, because we've got a south pole and north pole close to each other, these 2 solenoids would experience mutual magnetic attraction towards each other. Finally, we've been looking at DC or direct current flow in a solenoid, which means that the current flows in a fixed direction. With AC or alternating current flow, the direction of the current continuously swaps, flowing one way and then the opposite direction. What this means, as you might expect, is that the poles of the solenoid also continuously swap between north and south. And we can see this if we bring a compass near one end of the solenoid. The flipping of the needle here is due to the fact that this end of the solenoid is continuously switching between a north and a south pole. We'll discuss alternating currents thoroughly later on. It's an important concept in EM induction, and it's central to devices such as transformers. I just want to mention that I've been using these wonderful simulations provided by PhET throughout this video. I'm really grateful to their hard work in making these great simulations available, and I strongly recommend you check out their simulations. You can find the link in the description. If you found this video useful, please like it, share it.
新客户加入手機八達通及消費賺高達400蚊，立即加卡啦！
我想皮膚再靚啲，
快手做埋啲嘢去揾班 friend 玩。
做咗媽媽，更要 stay young and fit。
今年要挑戰跑全馬。
In this video, we'll be discussing the concept of magnetic flux and flux linkage, which is a key physical quantity in the study of electromagnetic induction. This video is part of a series of videos on EM induction, and the material we'll be looking at is prerequisite knowledge you need to have for the second type of induction, what I've called flux changes in a loop. Consider a loop of wire placed in a horizontal plane. The loop encloses an area A. Imagine that the loop resides in a uniform magnetic field. As you can see, there are magnetic field lines that are sort of poking or piercing through the area. You have to imagine that there are field lines poking through all over the area. All the field lines are pointing in the same direction, with constant magnetic flux density, B, since it's a uniform field. We can thus talk about the magnetic flux through the area. To work this out, we need to draw in a line perpendicular to the area, known as the normal to the area. Most of the time, it will be drawn in on a diagram when you need to calculate the magnetic flux. What's important is the angle, call it theta, between the normal and the direction of the magnetic field lines. This lets us work out the component of the magnetic flux density parallel to the normal, which is B cosine theta from trigonometry. The magnetic flux through the area is given by the product of this component and the area, B cosine theta times A. The symbol we use for magnetic flux is the Greek letter phi. Often you'll see capital Phi used instead. The SI unit of magnetic flux is the Weber, which is abbreviated 1 Weber. Weber is a magnmole. A special case is when theta is equal to 90 degrees, in which case the field lines are directed in the plane of the area, and so the flux through the area is equal to 0. In this case here, the magnetic field lines have 0 component parallel to the normal. So cosine 90 is equal to 0, and that's why the flux is equal to 0 here. What if the field lines point in the direction opposite to the normal? In that case, the angle between the field lines and the normal is 180 degrees. So the magnetic flux through the area is equal to minus BA, since cosine 180 is equal to minus 1. So magnetic flux can be negative as well, and it's useful to see how the flux varies with angle in this graph. As you can see, we're just looking at a cosine-shaped graph. Notice that the magnetic flux is negative when the angle theta is greater than 90 and less than 270 degrees, i.e. when the vertical component of the flux density is pointing in the direction opposite to the normal. Up till now, we've been considering the magnetic flux through a loop consisting of a single turn of wire. Often though, you'll be considering loops or coils consisting of more than one turn, in general n turns of wire. Till now, we've been considering the special case of n equaling 1, so it's just a single turn of wire. In the general case of n turns, we now have to talk about magnetic flux linkage, which is given by n, the number of turns, multiplied by the magnetic flux phi. So to calculate flux linkage, all you have to do is calculate the flux, magnetic flux as discussed previously, and then just multiply by n, the number of turns. Everything we said previously about magnetic flux holds true for flux linkage as well. So for example, the flux linkage can be negative, the flux linkage varies as a cosine graph with angle theta, and so on. So here's the graph of flux linkage and how it varies with theta. And note now that the maximum and minimum values of flux linkage are NBA and minus NBA, respectively. As we go on discussing induction in future videos, you'll see NBA and minus NBA crop up often in discussions of induction. The units of flux linkage are the Weber, but sometimes you'll see the funny-looking Weber turns being used as the unit instead. So thanks for listening and watching. Please remember to like.
Do you want to avoid awkward typos? Quillbot for Chrome instantly eliminates grammar errors.
In this video, we'll be discussing a type of electromagnetic induction that I call flux changes in a loop, along with Faraday's law. This video is part of a series or playlist of videos on induction. In our introductory video, I explained how I've broken this topic up into 3 different types of induction to help you organize your understanding, and this video discusses the second type. A prerequisite for following this video is the concept of magnetic flux, so if you're unsure what that's about, you should first check out our discussion of magnetic flux. Let's take a look at this simulation involving a bar magnet and a loop of wire containing a filament lamp. Moving the magnet into and away from the coil results in a current flowing and the lamp lighting up, as you just saw. What factors affect the size of the current that flows and how brightly the lamp glows? If we use a stronger magnet so that the magnitude of the magnetic flux density around the magnet increases, the current increases and the lamp glows brighter than before. What if we increase the number of turns of wire in the loop, thereby turning it into a coil? Once again, the current increases and the lamp glows brighter still than before. How about increasing the area of the loop? Once again, the current increases and the lamp glowed brighter than previously. What if we move the magnet faster towards the coil? You guessed it, the current increases and the lamp glows even brighter. Finally, you'll have probably already noticed that no current flows and the bulb stops glowing when the magnet stops moving. Let's make a note of our observations. So what we saw is that the current in the coil increases and the lamp glows brighter when a stronger magnet is used, the number of turns of the wire increases, the area of the loop increases, the magnet moves faster towards the coil. Also, we saw that when the magnet stops moving, the current stops and the lamp no longer glows. So how do we make sense of all of this? Let's examine the physics of what's going on in the simulation more closely. At the moment I start moving the magnet towards the coil of wire, at time t equals 0, the magnet is quite far away from the coil. I've drawn the coil without the lamp for simplicity. The area of the loop or coil is A. There are n turns of wire in the coil, and this white arrow here represents the normal, an imaginary line perpendicular to the area of the loop. Since the magnet is far away from the coil, the magnetic field at the coil is basically non-existent. So the magnetic flux density at the coil is basically zero. This means that the magnetic flux linkage through the coil at the start is easy to work out. Since B is equal to zero, the flux linkage at the start to equal zero is just zero as well. Let's say it takes a short time, delta t, for the magnet to be moved close to the coil. Because the magnet is so close to the coil now, there are magnetic field lines poking through the area of the loop. The magnetic field lines are shown in black here. So the magnetic flux density at the coil is no longer zero. To keep things simple, we'll assume that the magnetic flux density through the coil is uniform and parallel to the normal, and call it B. We can then work out the magnetic flux linkage through the coil now. Since the field lines are pointing in the same direction as the normal, the angle theta is just zero, and so the flux linkage is just NBA. From this, we can get an expression for the change in magnetic flux linkage as the magnet moves towards the coil. This is just the final flux linkage minus the initial flux linkage, which is just equal to NBA. If we divide by delta t, the time taken for the change, we get an expression for the rate of change of flux linkage. The point of doing all this is that the rate of change of flux linkage happens to be proportional to the induced EMF. This is Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction, for the type of induction that we're talking about in this video, flux changes in a loop. Faraday's law basically says that a change in magnetic flux linkage over time in a loop or coil will create or induce an EMF. And just as the EMF of a battery leads to a current in a circuit, the induced EMF causes or induces a current in a conducting coil or loop. This is precisely what we saw in the simulation. Don't worry about the minus sign in Faraday's law for now. We'll discuss its significance in a follow-up video. Often, the minus sign is actually omitted in Faraday's law. And also, because n, the number of turns of wire, is just a constant, sometimes that's just pulled out to the front like this, and so you'll often see Faraday's law presented like this as well. I've noted here the units of all the quantities involved in Faraday's law. For example, induced EMF has units of volts, just like the EMF of a battery power supply. Let's see how Faraday's law can help us understand the observations we noted from the simulation. For the first four observations, when the magnet is moved close to the coil from far away, we found that the rate of change of flux linkage was NBA divided by delta t. So from Faraday's law, the induced EMF is proportional to NBA over delta t. From this, we see that the induced EMF is proportional to B, the magnetic flux density, which explains why the induced current increased and the lamp glowed brighter when a stronger magnet was used, i.e. when B was increased. Similarly, from this relationship here, we can see that the induced EMF is also proportional to N and A, which explains why increasing the number of turns of wire and the area of the loop had the observed effect of increasing the current and the lamp glowing brighter. What about the next observation? How do we explain that? Well, the induced EMF is inversely proportional to the time for the change, delta t. And if the magnet is moved faster over the same distance, then delta t decreases, leading to an increase in the induced EMF and the induced current. What about the last observation? If the magnet isn't moved, there is no change in the flux linkage through the loop, meaning from Faraday's law that the induced EMF will be zero. This explains why nothing happens when the magnet stops moving. Just to be absolutely clear, the relation we've just used to explain our observations is true only for this simple situation. For a more complicated situation, you would have to use Faraday's law, the general form of Faraday's law, and this can lead to more complicated expressions. So what I'm saying is that NBA over delta t might not be universally applicable to every induction situation. Now, you may have a slightly uncomfortable feeling about all of this. We've discussed Faraday's law of induction, but it doesn't seem to explain why electrons should start moving in the coil when a magnet is pushed towards it. In the first type of induction discussed in previous videos, I explained that it was the magnetic force that was responsible for the induced EMF that develops as a result of moving a wire and cutting across magnetic field lines. In this video, in contrast, the coil of wire was stationary. It was the magnet that was being moved towards the coil. So the electrons in the coil weren't being moved, and so they didn't experience any magnetic forces. Basically, what we discussed here had nothing to do with cutting field lines, and the induced EMF was not due to the magnetic force. So what's going on? In the Introduction to Induction video, I mentioned that James Clerk Maxwell developed a set of 4 equations now known as Maxwell's equations of electromagnetism. One of them explains the puzzle we've been discussing. It's expressed in terms of advanced maths, and is of course not part of the spec, but you can still understand the gist of it. The right-hand side of the equation is basically the rate of change of magnetic flux density, and the left-hand side expresses something to do with an electric field. In words, the equation basically says a changing magnetic field gives rise to an electric field. In our scenario, pushing the magnet towards the loop changes the magnetic field in the loop, which gives rise to an electric field within the loop. This electric field is circular, as shown, and results in the electrons in the coil experiencing an electrical force. This is what fundamentally causes the induced EMF to develop within the coil and the induced current to flow in the coil. Just want to mention that I'm very grateful to PhET for their excellent simulation that I used earlier on in the video. I'll leave a link to the simulation in the description, and I strongly suggest you check it out. Great way to develop your intuition about induction. If you found this video useful, please like it, share it, subscribe to the Forest Lunch.
評測報告同媽媽谷都推薦 CP 值夠晒高。
In this video, I'll be discussing two worked examples on Faraday's law. This video is part of a playlist of videos on electromagnetic induction and directly follows the previous video, in which we discussed Faraday's law. To follow this video and get the most out of it, you need to have some familiarity with Faraday's law. So if you don't, I recommend you check out the previous video first. Let's take a look at the first worked example. In the previous video, we explored the various factors that determine the induced EMF that develops when a magnet is moved towards a coil of wire. For example, increasing the speed at which the magnet is moved leads to a greater induced EMF. One thing we didn't look at is what happens if we push the magnet right through the coil. So let's do that. Notice anything interesting? For some reason, when the middle of the magnet moves through the coil, the current stops flowing and the lamp stops glowing. This is the first puzzle we want to solve. So our first worked example is, with reference to the bar magnet and Faraday's law of induction, explain why there is little or no induced current in the coil when the middle of the magnet moves through the coil. Why not pause the video and see if you can figure this out for yourself?
I don't know.
I'll pause the video and we'll go through the answer. Okay, welcome back. So we know that the magnetic field lines outside a bar magnet are directed from north to south and are non-uniform. Inside the magnet, however, the field lines are directed from south to north and are basically uniform, as shown. So the field lines are shown in black. So when the middle of the magnet passes through the coil during a time interval delta t, there's virtually no change in the magnetic flux density at the coil. What this little sketch here is showing is the magnet being pushed through over a little time interval delta t. I haven't actually drawn the magnet for clarity, but what you can see is the magnetic field lines, right, which correspond to the magnetic field line in the interior or the middle of the magnet. And as I mentioned, because it's effectively a uniform field, as the magnet kind of pushes through the coil, there's virtually no change in the magnetic field or magnetic flux density in the coil over this period of time, delta t. So what this means is that there is no change in the flux linkage. Remember that flux linkage is given by the product of n, the number of turns of wire, times phi, the magnetic flux through an area or coil. And n is constant, there's no change to that, of course, and phi, the flux, is also constant, because the flux density isn't changing, B isn't changing, and the area through which it acts or passes through, A, is also unchanging. So there's no change in flux linkage here. And so from Faraday's law, which states that the induced EMF is given by the negative rate of change of flux linkage, we can see that the induced EMF must be zero if there is no change in flux linkage. And this is what explains why there's little or no induced current in the coil when the middle of the magnet passes through the coil. Let's now take a look at our second worked example. The magnetic flux density through a coil of wire changes over 4.0 seconds, as shown below. Calculate the average induced EMF that develops in the coil as a result. So once again, we've got a coil of wire, but this time it's rectangular or square-shaped, as shown here. We're told the area of the coil of wire, 0.010 meters squared. You're also told the number of turns of wire in the coil. It's 50 turns. And you can see there's a magnetic field. You can see these magnetic field lines poking through this area, shown in black. And we're told the flux density, the magnitude of the flux density, 0.10 Tesla. And what happens is that over the course of 4 seconds, this flux density changes direction, as you can see. Right, so there's no change to the magnitude of the flux density, but obviously a big change in direction. And note here, these angles are 30 degrees here and here as well. So once again, I encourage you to pause the video and see if you can answer this yourself. And once you've had a go at that, unpause the video and we'll go through it.
打卡咖啡唔錯啊，呢隻黑膠唱片正啊 ，Kinder 繽紛樂。幼滑牛奶朱古力，鬆脆威霸，幼滑榛子醬夾心，生活更精彩。呢一刻就係繽紛樂，一齊 level up。 好似成倉股票，壓力真係唔少。
有 Endowus 投資更清晰，機構。
Okay, welcome back. So to figure out the induced EMF, we're going to have to, of course, work out how the flux linkage changes over the course of 4 seconds. So we need to work out the initial flux linkage. And to do that, of course, we need to work out N times
day stuff, not sus stuff.
times the initial flux, which is represented by phi t equals 0. And this initial flux is just given by the component of the flux density parallel to the normal. And so that's given by b cosine 30 multiplied by the area of the coil through which the field lines are poking through. Now we also need to figure out the flux linkage through the coil 4.0 seconds later. And essentially it's the same procedure, except we need to be a little bit careful about the angle we have to use. The angle we have to use now is 30 degrees plus 180 degrees here. Okay, so that's the angle that the field lines or the flux density makes with the normal now is now 210 degrees. It's sort of like the angle of interest is the angle between the direction in which the field lines are pointing and the direction in which the normal is pointing. So once we've established that, the flux linkage through the coil then is just n times b times cosine 210 degrees times a. Now, once we have these two things figured out, we can, of course, work out the change in flux linkage, which is just the flux linkage at 4 seconds minus the flux linkage at the start. And if you take out a common factor of NBA, we can get this expression here. And we know that the change takes place over 4.0 seconds. So if we put all of this together, we can work out the induced EMF that develops via Faraday's law. So if you just plug in all the numbers here and you work out the change in flux linkage divided by the time, if you take the minus sign into account, you should get an induced EMF of 0.022 volts. And we're working to two significant figures here because all the info given to us is to two significant figures. Another useful way of understanding what's going on here is to represent the change in flux linkage graphically. In other words, we can consider a graph of flux linkage versus time. And if the flux linkage changes in a linear fashion, then of course we can draw a straight line to represent this change here. And so the connection between Faraday's law stated here and this graph is that the gradient of this graph is basically equal to, or is equal rather, to the change in flux linkage divided by the time taken for the change. So it's really important to appreciate that whenever you see a flux linkage versus time graph, the gradient effectively is what's going to give you the induced EMF, apart from this minus sign here, which you have to take into account. If you found this video useful, please like it, share it, subscribe to the Forest Learn channel if you have.
Take your writing from 0 to 100. You can work more efficiently than ever.
In this video, we're going to revisit Lenz's law, an important law of electromagnetic induction. We already met Lenz's law in an earlier video in the series of videos on induction. Here, we're going to discuss it again, but for a different type of induction, what I call flux changes in a loop. This will help us reinforce our understanding of Lenz's law. A previous video discussed the induced EMF and current that develops in a coil of wire when a magnet is pushed into it. A viewer left an interesting question in the comments for that video, asking how we knew that the induced current would flow anticlockwise, as shown in the diagram. My reply summarized how we can figure this out, and we'll be discussing what I wrote in my reply. First, let's recap Lenz's law, which states that the direction of the induced EMF is such as to oppose the change that caused it. So when a bar magnet is pushed into a coil of wire, this results in a change of magnetic flux linkage in the coil. This change causes, via Faraday's law, an induced EMF and current to develop in the coil. If we were to look at the coil from the left, we would see an anti-clockwise induced current flowing. Why should this be? Recall that when current flows in a coil of wire, the coil behaves much like a bar magnet, with its two ends functioning like magnetic poles. Remember that seeing an anti-clockwise current implies that that end is a magnetic north pole. This means that as the bar magnet is pushed in, the left end of the coil, which is a north pole, repels the incoming magnet. In other words, the direction of the induced current, which is determined by the direction of the induced EMF, is in precisely the right direction to oppose the change that caused it, the movement of the bar magnet. This is how Lenz's law enables us to predict what will happen in the coil as the magnet moves towards it. What if the bar magnet moves away from the coil? Pause the video and have a think about this. In this case, the induced current would flow clockwise, making the left end of the coil a south pole. This would thus magnetically attract the bar magnet and oppose its motion to the left. It's worth noting that Lenz's law is actually encoded in Faraday's law. The minus sign in Faraday's law reflects the direction of the induced EMF opposing the change that gave rise to it. We discussed in our previous video that Lenz's law is closely related to energy conservation. We can see that here as well. Pushing the magnet into the coil results in magnetic repulsion, meaning a force must be applied to keep the magnet moving. This means that the applied force does work, implying a transfer of energy. The energy associated with the induced current hasn't appeared mysteriously out of nowhere. Energy is being conserved in this process. Another useful way of understanding what's going on is the following. Assuming the bar magnet starts far away from the coil, the magnetic flux density inside the coil is zero. As the magnet is pushed towards the coil, the magnetic field lines of the magnet poke through the coil. The fact that the coil itself now behaves like a magnet means that it now creates its own magnetic field, as shown. Notice that the magnetic field lines due to the induced current in the coil are in the opposite direction to the field lines due to the bar magnet. The result is that there's a cancellation of the magnetic field, and it's as if we're back to how things were at the start. The coil, it seems, doesn't like change, the change in magnetic flux, and does what it can to keep things the way they were originally. If the bar magnet starts close to the coil, its magnetic field lines are poking through the coil. Moving the magnet away to the left would result in the magnetic field in the coil decreasing to zero. How does the coil respond now? Again, it doesn't like changes in magnetic flux, so it does what it can to try and keep things from changing. An induced current flows, which creates a magnetic field, as shown. If you compare this with how things looked at the start, you can see that there's not much difference. That's how the coil likes it. This leads to another more informal way of thinking about Lenz's law, when the induced EMF is due to a change in magnetic flux. We can say that the coil or loop tries to oppose any changes in magnetic flux linkage. I just want to stress, if you're asked to quote Lenz's law in an exam, you shouldn't quote this. You should quote the more formal version that we've already discussed. The informal version is just meant to be an intuitive way of developing your understanding of Lenz's law. If you found this video useful, please like it, share it, subscribe to the Forest.
返工幾忙都好，有 Food Panda 食唔
In this video, we're going to discuss the induced EMF that develops in the coil when a magnet is dropped through it. This video is part of a playlist of videos on induction, and as I mentioned way back in the intro video, we're going to be discussing 3 types of induction. The physics in this video concerns type 2, flux changes in a loop. The scenario looks like this. There's a coil of wire in series with a resistor labeled R. A data logger is connected in parallel across R. When a short bar magnet is dropped through the coil, an EMF is induced across the ends of the coil, which is recorded by the data logger. This enables a graph of induced EMF versus time to be produced, which would look something like this. The magnet is released at time t equal to 0, and has fallen far below the coil by the end of the graph. There's a lot of physics hidden in this graph, and it gives rise to a number of questions that we'll be discussing. Namely, why did the peak and the trough develop? Why is the induced EMF equal to 0 for an instant between 0.2 and 0.3 seconds? Why is the magnitude of the trough t bigger than the magnitude of the peak, p? What about the acceleration of the magnet? Does it accelerate at g throughout? And finally, is there anything interesting at all about the area under the curve? So let's discuss these one by one. A striking feature of the graph is the peak in induced EMF followed by a trough. Why did this peak and trough develop? As the magnet falls into the coil, the magnet's magnetic field causes a change in magnetic flux linkage in the coil. By Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction, this results in an induced EMF developing across the ends of the coil. It's a similar story as the magnet exits the coil. Again, there's a change in flux linkage, and by Faraday's law, an induced EMF develops. Why do these two induced EMFs have differing signs? Why is the first one positive and therefore peak, and the second one negative and therefore a trough? As the magnet falls into the coil, the induced EMF causes an induced current to flow anticlockwise, as shown. This results in a magnetic north pole developing at the top, and a south pole to develop at the bottom. We know this from Lenz's law. Check out the Lenz's law revisited video if you need to remind yourself about it. Basically, the coil tries to oppose the change in flux linkage by repelling the bar magnet. As the magnet exits the coil, the direction of the induced current reverses to clockwise. The poles of the coil reverse, and so it exerts an upward attractive force on the magnet, again in accordance with Lenz's law. The reversal of the induced current means that the induced EMF also reverses, or changes sign. On entry, the induced EMF is positive, and this flips to negative when the magnet exits the coil. Let's discuss another feature of the graph. There's an instant when the induced EMF is equal to 0. As you can probably guess, this is when the middle of the magnet is inside the coil. Why is the induced EMF 0 then? Recall that the magnetic field is basically uniform in the middle of the magnet. So when the middle of the magnet passes through the coil, there's no change in flux linkage, and therefore the induced EMF is equal to 0 from Faraday's law. For further discussion about this point, check out the first worked example from a previous video in the induction playlist. Returning to the peak and trough, I pointed out that the magnitude of the trough is bigger than that of the peak. What's the reason for this? As the magnet falls, it accelerates. By the time it exits the coil, it's traveling faster than when it enters the coil. Notice that the width of the trough is smaller than that of the peak. It takes less time for the magnet to exit than to enter the coil. Therefore, the rate of change of flux linkage is greater when the magnet exits than when it enters the coil, leading to a greater induced EMF. In other words, for the same magnitude of change in flux linkage, the fact that delta T is smaller on exit means that the size of the induced EMF is greater on exit. We'll later justify the statement that the magnitudes of changes in flux linkage are the same for entry and exit. The next question is, does the magnet accelerate at G throughout? Pause the video and have a think about this. At the moment of release, and shortly thereafter, the magnet accelerates at G. Let's assume negligible air resistance to keep things simple. As the magnet approaches the coil, the top of the coil becomes a north pole and thus repels the magnet. This upward repulsive force means that the acceleration of the magnet is less than G. Similarly, on exit, the coil exerts an upward attractive force on the magnet, again making the acceleration less than G. When the induced EMF is equal to 0 momentarily, there is for that moment no induced current and therefore no magnetic field generated by the coil. At this instant, the only force acting on the magnet is its weight, and so its acceleration is equal to G. Finally, what, if anything, can we say about the area under the curve? Looking at the areas between the peak and trough and the time axis, the two areas seem similar in size. However, we have no reason at present to think that they should be the same. What's the significance of the area anyway? Faraday's law provides the answer. Rearranging it, we see that the induced EMF multiplied by delta T is equal to minus the change in flux linkage. This means that an area, such as the thin, almost rectangular strip shown, is equal to minus the change in flux linkage over the short period of time delta T. Adding up many of these strips simply represents the negative change in flux linkage over the longer period of time. In particular, the total area under the graph is equal to minus the total change in flux linkage from the beginning to the end. So n phi t equal to 0.4, that represents the flux linkage at the end, so at 0.4 seconds, while n times phi t equal to 0, that represents the flux linkage at the start, the initial flux linkage at t equal to 0. So this thing here in brackets here simply represents the change in flux linkage between the end and the start. And here, to go to the line below, we've just multiplied through by -1. I've put area in inverted commas since the area can of course be negative. Now for those of you who are familiar with integration, this total area is nothing but the integral of the induced EMF from 0 to 0.4 seconds. If you don't know about this, don't worry about it, it's not essential to follow along. Can we deduce anything about the flux linkage at the start and end? Well, if the magnet starts far above the coil, there's virtually zero magnetic field at the coil, and so the initial flux linkage is 0. Similarly, if the magnet finishes well below the coil, again, we can assume that the magnetic field is 0 at the coil, and that the end flux linkage is equal to 0 as well. This means that the total area under the curve is 0. Our initial hunch was correct. The areas under the peak and trough are equal in magnitude and opposite in sign, and so cancel out each other.
How does that
The change in
prove
flux
it?
linkage as the magnet enters the coil is equal and opposite to the change in flux linkage as the magnet leaves the coil. You might recall that I said I would justify the statement back when we were looking at question 3, and so here it is. Thanks for listening. Please don't forget to like and share this video.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone.
This video is a about the AC generator, also known as an alternator, which we'll explore with the help of a FET simulation. We already met an example of an electrical generator, the Faraday disk dynamo, in a previous video in this induction playlist.
right now.
through the verification process of becoming porn stars to be able to upload on Pornhub. You would have to like have an ID and everything, over 18, set up your career as a porn star just to post on Pornhub. Hey, I just like to get stepped on in my fantasies, not in real life. That would hurt. I'm just assisting you with this dream. Assisting you with this passion. Hey, I just like to get stepped on in my fantasies. I'm just gonna kill you. I'm not gonna kill myself or Elvis. I'm just gonna kill you. Anyways. Anyways, what, yeah? You just suggested to me you want to be a mommy to me. You can't just anyways that. Anyways, what, yeah? You just suggested to me you want to be a mommy to me. You can't just anyways that. Human still have to study. There's no point in sleeping right now. There is no competition, yeah? Notify sleep. Oh, I think I want. Oh. What's a chud? Conservative? I don't know what that means. My fat cat. Oh, she's coming to steal the cat.
Show mommy. 我吃小猫咪。小猫咪。我想吃小猫咪。哦吼吼。
However, that was a DC or direct current generator, whereas here we'll be discussing an AC or alternating current generator. As I explained in the intro video of this playlist and onwards, I've broken electromagnetic induction up into 3 different types. The AC generator is an example of type 2, flux changes in a loop. To follow this video and get the most out of it, you need to be familiar with magnetic flux and Faraday's law. So if you aren't, I recommend you familiarize yourself with these concepts from the playlist before returning to this video. Let's now take a look at the simulation. What we have here is a loop of wire connected to a lamp, bar our magnet attached to a wheel, and a water tap. When I move this slider, water will fall from the tap and spin the wheel and magnet. Before I turn the tap on, let me point out that typically for A-level physics, the AC generator is presented as a fixed magnet and a rotating coil of wire which continuously cuts field lines. We'll be covering that scenario later on in the playlist when we discuss the third type of induction. For now, just be aware that there is no cutting of field lines in this video, and that even though what we'll be discussing here might look a bit different to what you're seeing at school or elsewhere, the essence of the physics, for example the formulas to be discussed, is identical. Turning the tap on, you can see that the bulb glows on and off. What's going on here? The magnet, of course, gives rise to a magnetic field around it. As the magnet rotates, the magnetic field lines inside the loop rotate as well. You can see this more clearly with this compass inside the loop. What this means is that the magnetic flux through the loop is changing continuously with time. From Faraday's law of induction, we know that the changing magnetic flux gives rise to an induced EMF, causing an induced current to flow in the circuit, which lights up the bulb. What we're seeing right now, though, isn't even the whole story. If we check out the motion of the electrons in the loop, we see that they periodically change their direction of travel. In other words, we have here an oscillating or alternating current. This is why this generator and its relatives are known as AC or alternating current generators. What factors affect how brightly the lamp glows and the size of the maximum current? There are 4 factors. Pause the video and see if you can figure out what they are. The 4 factors are the magnetic field strength, the area of the loop, the number of turns of wire in the coil, and the speed or frequency at which the magnet rotates. Increasing each of these factors leads to a greater maximum induced EMF, resulting in a
This guy is such a rage baiter, bro. Two views? Are you kidding me? This is insane. Oh well.
and a greater maximum induced current, which leads to the bulb glowing more brightly, as you've just seen. These four factors may seem familiar to those of you who have seen a previous video in the playlist, Flux Changes in a Loop. Our next task is to figure out why exactly these four factors are relevant and to learn more about the oscillating induced EMF. For this, we'll need some maths to model what we've been looking at. Even if your specification doesn't mention any formulas for the AC generator, e.g. if you're doing Edexcel or OCRA, a bit of maths is super helpful about the oscillating induced EMF. For this, as you've just seen, these four factors may seem familiar to those of you who have seen a previous video in the playlist, Flux Changes in a Loop. Our next task is to figure out why exactly these four factors are relevant and to learn more about the oscillating induced EMF. For this, we'll need some maths to model what we've been looking at. Even if your specification doesn't mention any formulas for the AC generator, e.g. if you're doing Edexcel or OCRA, a bit of maths is super helpful to gain a deeper understanding of the physics.
喉嚨有啲痛，唔通作餅，必妥電喉嚨噴霧，擊退傷風感冒嘅喉嚨痛。
You only need 100 Cantonese words to understand 60% of daily Cantonese content.
Let's call the area of the loop A, and the number of turns of wire N, as usual. There are magnetic field lines poking through the loop, and we'll assume that the magnetic flux density is uniform with magnitude B. Recall from the simulation that as the magnet rotates, the field lines through the loop rotate as well. Let's call the angular speed or frequency of this rotation omega. As the field lines rotate, the angle they make relative to the normal line, theta, will of course change. If we say that at the start, t equals 0, the field lines are parallel to the normal, so that theta is equal to 0, then at time t, the angle is simply given by omega t. Hopefully you should be familiar with this from circular motion. With all of this in place, it's quite simple to get an expression for the flux linkage through the loop. Recall that this is simply n times the magnetic flux through the loop, and that the magnetic flux is given by b cosine theta a. Using theta equals omega t, the flux linkage through the loop at time t is simply nb cosine omega t times a. Now that we've established this, we can use Faraday's law of induction to figure out the induced EMF. The rate of change of flux linkage can be gotten by differentiating the flux linkage with respect to time. Don't worry if you don't know about differentiation. All you need to know for our purposes here is that this equals NBA omega sine omega t. This formula for the induced EMF tells us how the induced EMF in the coil changes with time. Before we look at the graph of this, let's summarize what we've found. Note that it's convenient to call the product of four factors, NBA omega, epsilon 0 or epsilon naught. If we plot the graph, it's just a sine graph. Since a sine graph repeats periodically and alternates between positive and negative values, this explains the alternating current that we saw in the simulation. The maximum or peak induced EMF, epsilon naught, is equal to NBA omega. This is a product of the four factors that we identified in the simulation as affecting the brightness of the bulb and the maximum induced current that flows. So we've now theoretically justified the relevance of these four factors, along with quantifying their effect, which is cool. Epsilon naught, or 0, is proportional to each of the four factors, so doubling any of them, for example, doubles the peak EMF. We gain further insight into the AC generator if we plot the graph of flux linkage versus time directly below the graph for the induced EMF. Let's also draw in some pictures of the field lines and loop at select times. The important thing to note here is that when the flux linkage is a maximum or minimum, as shown by the purple points. The induced EMF is 0,
this is important
again
to
shown
me.
by purple points. This is because the gradient, or the rate of change.
Stop making embarrassing writing mistakes. Quillbot for Chrome instantly eliminates.
This video is part of a series or playlist of videos on electromagnetic induction. As discussed in the introductory video and all subsequent videos, I've broken the topic of induction down into 3 different types of induction. Here, I'm going to introduce type 3, which can be thought of as the overlap of types 1 and 2. To get the most out of this video, it's best to familiarize yourself with types 1 and 2 before returning to this video. Consider a uniform magnetic field with flux density B directed away from us, or pointing into the screen. Imagine a fixed conductor, colored white, is placed in this field. Next, consider another conductor, colored pink, that makes contact with the white conductor, as shown. The pink conductor, however, moves to the right, with speed v. In what follows, the length of the moving conductor, L, will be relevant. The length of the pink rod, its direction of motion, and the direction of the field lines are all perpendicular to each other. As you can see, the moving and fixed conductors enclose an area of rectangular shape, and as the pink conductor moves, the enclosed area will of course increase. You've probably realized that there is a magnetic flux through the enclosed area, which will increase over time. Let's figure out the consequences of this. Recall the definition of magnetic flux through an area. It's simply given by the flux density B multiplied by the area A. Our rectangular enclosed area has a height L. Let's call the base of this rectangle at this instant in time x. The flux is therefore BLX. As the pink conductor moves, x will increase, so the flux through the area will increase as well. Faraday's law for flux changes in a loop thus comes into play. Here, we're only concerned with the magnitude of the induced EMF, so the minus sign is missing, and the number of turns of wire is just 1. If we replace the flux phi with BLX, the induced EMF becomes the following. Note that this is because B and L are constant. The change in flux is therefore just BL times the change in X. But the change in X over the change in time is nothing other than the speed at which the pink rod moves, V. What we've ended up with here should hopefully ring a bell. It's simply Faraday's law for cutting field lines, introduced in the second video in the playlist. This is hardly surprising, since this is exactly what's happening as the pink conductor moves right. This example of induction can thus be analyzed from the point of view of either cutting field lines, type 1 induction, or flux changes in a loop, type 2 induction. Calculating the induced EMF using the corresponding formula for each type is not only possible, but entirely equivalent, as I've demonstrated. For these reasons, this scenario is situated at the overlap of types 1 and 2, and is an example of what I call type 3 induction. If you're watching this for the first time, you may want to pause the video for a few minutes and take stock of what's been discussed. Doing so is known to consolidate and accelerate learning. Now, here's a question for you, which should just be a bit of revision. Can you please try to figure out the direction of the induced EMF and the direction of the induced current that would flow in the circuit that encloses the
Okay, I think
increase the coil frequency, okay, increase the coil frequency of the rotating. Okay, if I move faster, right, the rotate faster, okay, the increase the frequency, the result is increase the faster, and the frequency of the alternating voltage and the amplitude voltage, right, will also be increased, right? The two. Understand that? No problem.
wait, why the amplitude?
The amplitude, okay, the amplitude, which means the maximum value. The amplitude is the maximum value. The maximum value of the EMF induced. Understand that? Okay, the amplitude represents the big value, the maximum value, like the sine. Okay, like the sine value, right? The maximum is this one, and we call the maximum value is the amplitude. Okay, and the induced EMF, okay, the EMF induced that will change, right? And the maximum value of the EMF we call the amplitude of the alternating voltage, right? Understand that? It refers to the value of the point. Okay, EMF.
But why is it if the frequency of rotation increase, amplitude increase?
Okay, because if you improve the frequency, okay, the frequency of rotating, and will increase the speed, right?
Yeah.
The rotate faster. Okay, if you rotate faster, the rate of change of is bigger, right? Rate of change of flux is bigger, right?
Right.
The rate of change of, okay, flux is bigger, right? The rate change of flux more, okay, the more of the induced EMF, right? Understand that?
Okay, I understand.
So they have the relationship like this, right? If I increase the frequency of the rotating, okay, or the rotation, that will increase the rate of change of flux. Okay, the rate of change of flux increases, so the value will increase, right? Understand that? And the maximum value refers to the amplitude, right? The maximum value refers to the amplitude of the alternating current also increases, right? Understand that now?
Yeah.
Okay, and look at it. Okay, this is the equivalent transformer. This is the tool of the transformer. Okay, look at it. In the induced EMF between the linked coil, okay, here's the linked coil, okay, the primary coil and the secondary coil. Okay, look at it. And EMF can be induced in the coil when there's the change of the current in another coil linked with the coil. And this tool we always call a transformer. Okay, understand now? So now you know what is the transformer, like this.
Yeah.
Understand? Okay, and the transformer consists with the three parts. The first part is the primary coil. Okay, the left side, the primary. Okay, there's the
EMF can be induced in a coil when there's a change of current in another coil linked with the coil. That's what happens in a transformer.
main coil, right? And the second is the second coil. Okay, the third one is the iron core. This is the iron. Understand the shape like this. Okay. Understand it?
Yeah.
Okay. And in the primary and secondary coils are wound around the soft iron core. And the soft iron core is necessary because it creates flux linkage between the primary and the secondary coil. And the soft iron is always used. The reason why we use it because it can easily be magnetized and demagnetized, right? Understand the word? Okay. Remember? Why we choose the soft iron? Because it can be easily be magnetized or demagnetized, right? Understand it? Okay, that's the reason why we choose the soft iron to the third part in the transformer. Okay. So a transformer is made up with the three parts. The first part is the primary coil, and the second is the secondary coil, and the final one is the iron. The iron is the soft iron. Because why we choose the soft iron is the reason is it can be easily be magnetized or demagnetized, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That is. And this is the process that we produce the alternating current or alternating the EMF. Okay. Look at this one. In the primary coil, look at the process that we produce the EMF. In the primary coil, alternating current produce an alternating voltage, right? Is applied because it creates the alternating magnetic field inside. Right, inside of the iron core, right? Therefore, a changing flux linkage, right, produces. Understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, and a changing magnetic field passes through to the secondary coil through the iron core, and the result is a changing magnetic flux linkage in the secondary coil, and the form. Right, from the according to the Faraday's law. Okay, the Faraday's law tells us if there's the flux, the rate change of flux, okay, and there's the EMF induced, right? This is the Faraday's law. Understand it? Okay. So Faraday's law tells us if there's the rate change of flux, okay, there's the EMF is induced. Okay. And look at it. EMF produces an alternating output voltage from the secondary coil. Okay, and the output alternating voltage is at the same. same frequency as the input voltage, right?
Yeah.
Understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Okay, look at the, for example, when we connect to a DC, okay, the DC is a direct current, right? Operating voltage is at the same frequency as the input voltage, right?
Yeah.
Understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Okay, look at the, for example, when we connect to a DC, okay, the DC is a direct current, right? DC is a direct current, a direct current. Okay, and AC is alternating current.
Yeah.
When we connect to a DC power supply, the primary coil of the transformer becomes an electromagnet. So describe the changes which take place inside the secondary coil of the transformer. When DC current in the primary coil is, okay, there's the three. First is the switch on, A and B remains on, and last one is the switch off. Okay. How to do? How to describe
Switch
the
on.
change? How to describe the change? Think about it. If I switch on, okay, if I switch on, when the DC current is switched on, okay, and the current in the primary coil, right? When the DC current is switched on, at the beginning, the current in the primary coil increases from the 0 to the CD value, right? Understand that? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, and this creates, right? This might create a rapid change in the magnetic flux, right? In the coil of the transformer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I will plot the transformer. Okay. Okay, this is the primary. This is the secondary. Okay, right? So when the DC current, okay, when the DC current is switched on, the switch on DC. Okay, and the current, okay, the current in the primary core, right? The primary core, the primary will increase, right? Understand? Will increase from 0 to CD value, right?
Yeah.
To SD, because it's a DC current, not alternating current. Okay, will rapidly. So there creates. So at the beginning, they will create a rapid. Okay, so rapidly changing magnetic flux, right? Understand that in the transformer in the beginning, right? Right? Understand that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, because when the DC current is switched on, okay, when the DC current is switched on, so at the beginning, the current in the primary core that will increase from 0 to a steady value, and this will create a rapid change in magnetic flux in the coil of the transformer. Okay, and we can use the Faraday's law of the electromagnetic induction. This changing flux passes through the secondary core, right? It will pass through the secondary core, right? Understand that?
Yeah, you understand.
Okay, according to Faraday's law of the electromagnetic induction, this changing flux will pass through the secondary coil, and that will induces a temporary, right? The temporary voltage, right? They will produce a temporary, not permanent or not stable. They'll produce a temporary voltage, right? Or current in the secondary coil, right? Okay, so the induced current will only exist for a short time, right? Understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, and the current, the induced current. Okay, the induced current will only exist in a short time, right? In a short time, because there's the DC current, not AC current, right? There's not always this changes. Okay, the induced current will only exist in a short time. Okay, understand that? Until the primary current, right, becomes steady, right? Becomes steady. Understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, I will summarize the process, how to describe it. Okay, at first, when the DC current is switched on, okay, the current in the primary, coil that will increase from 0 to a steady value, right? And this process will create a rapid change in magnetic flux in the core of the transformer, right? According to Faraday's law, okay, using Faraday's law, this changing flux passes through the secondary coil, and it will induce what? They will induce what?
Induce the temporarily.
The temporary voltage, right? The
Yeah.
temporary voltage or temporary current, right? Okay, in the secondary coil. And how to end? The behavior, how to end? The ending time is that the induced current will only exist for a short time, right? Until the primary current becomes steady. Understand that?
Yeah.
So we need to describe the ending time. What is the time the current will end, right? Understand that? Okay. After we have described there's the induced temporary voltage, right? And the induced current will only exist for a short time.